All right, y'all, we're doing it live. Basically, what we're gonna do here is set up my Mac Mini with OpenClaw. And basically, I'm just kind of hanging out here in Hawaii, so you can kind of see I have my Mac Mini hooked up. And so my little OpenClaw instance is basically just gonna be sitting here, and we're gonna control it through my TV. So let me just go ahead and see if I can kind of get this thing logged in, and so we can kind of take a look at. So I actually have my Mac Mini already powered on, and we're gonna actually set everything up from scratch. So if you're trying to figure out like how to get this thing set up, this is just going to be us hanging out live and trying everything out together. I'm also following this guide from this guy named Robert H. Eubanks. And so this is the OpenClaw on Mac Mini Complete Guide Setup. I did a test stream a while back, and I think this is probably like one of the best ones to go check out right now. I'm going to continue without refund. I guess my LinkedIn kind of died right now. So I'm going to do, let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so yeah, today's one of these cozy couch streams, and it's Hawaii and it's kind of cold. And when I say cold, it's like below 73 degrees. So that's kind of cold for me right now. And that's okay, we're gonna survive. And we're gonna totally hang out here on the couch, which is amazing. So if you haven't had a chance, I just dropped the link down below. And so this would be your way to kind of catch up with what's going on. If you haven't set up your Mac Mini, I really like this setup here because basically it walks you through. And the way we're gonna treat this type of setup here is that you basically is going to have a fully wiped instance. And for me, basically the reason why I'm doing this is because I want to have a machine that's basically just dedicated to doing my stuff on here. And if anything goes rogue, it's literally just on here by itself. Another reason for the Mac Mini is because I can airdrop files, I can open up a web browser, I can install Mac OS apps like Cursor, I can install a whole bunch of things that I can control here. And so the agent will have access to it and it can do its things there. The agent, as part of that setup guide, will also have its own Apple ID. So that's something that we set up. I also created a brand new Gmail account. So that's probably something you want to do right now if you haven't had a chance to. Just go ahead and create a new Gmail account for it. And then you're going to sign in with that, and that'll be basically what the agent has access to. So it's not going to have access to my personal stuff or anything like that yet in terms of like my own types of things, because I want to eliminate these attack vectors. And it's going to have its own Apple ID, and we're going to use the keychain and stuff that's stored in there to store passwords and all that cool stuff in there, because that comes with Apple's hardware, and it comes with like, you know, the Touch ID stuff and like all the secure enclave of the M4 chip. So yeah, this is basically our stream. We're going to be hanging out tonight, just kind of keeping it cozy and stuff like that. So that's a cozy setup you got going on there. Yeah, so this is something I'm trying to do, is just kind of keep it chill. I heard people on are extending OpenClaw quite a bit on the Apple script. I think that'd be really interesting as well for us to kind of do that, Frank. Yeah, I appreciate everyone who's kind of popping on the stream as well. Big shout out to Anders 69STLM. How's it going? That's a great username. Let's go. Cool. Yeah, I think a lot of people are kind of excited here. In the crust, we trust. Yes, this is the way to do it. So yeah, let's take a look and see kind of what, like, kind of following along this guide. So what I ended up doing so far is I got kind of some of the stuff set up. You can use a password manager if you want. I'm just going to rely on Apple Keychain because Apple Keychain comes with Mac OS and it's very secure. And that's pretty much all we need. So I made a dedicated Apple ID already, and we already have a dedicated Gmail address, which is great. A dedicated phone number is basically just my phone number. And prepare your dedicated Gmail account, which we got as well. So that's pretty cool. So important for OpenClaw OAuth. During the OAuth onboarding, when the wizard asks you to authenticate with Google, use your infrastructure Gmail. The OAuth tokens will be stored locally on the Mac Mini. So that's OpenClaw credentials OAuth JSON. Okay. So after setting up the Apple ID, add your infrastructure Gmail. So infrastructure Gmail basically just means that's the Gmail account that we created. So that's what they're saying as far as like infrastructure Gmail, because my infrastructure is basically the Mac Mini right here. So as far as API keys, they're going to recommend the Anthropic API key. You can use the setup token. Well, I guess they're not really recommending it. They're recommending that you use the Anthropic OpenAPI keys. But if anyone's watching, you should absolutely not use Claude Code, because that might be banned or something like that. I don't know. Some people are using it, and it's really up to you and your own risk. I guess if a lot of people are going super crazy on usage, so they'll think that you're a bot and they'll probably like ban your account. So just beware. And so, yeah, I think that's kind of where people are thinking. So and we're going to do web search. So I actually want to use Exa code or Exa MCP, so Exa.ai. I'm going to use Exa for web search. It's, to me, one of the best web search agents compared to even Brave and stuff. Brave is cool, but like I feel like this is going to be the best one. Yeah, see, compared to Brave, for like company searching, people searching, code accuracy, it's really, really good. But there's other evals and stuff they have as well. I just like it for everything in general because it's so freaking awesome. I use it. They have their own websites that are really popular, also really good for research and answering things. And it's really, really fast too. So I highly, highly recommend this. So that's going to be my setup. And then for here, while you're in the Anthropic OpenAI console, set spending limits now. So this is pretty important. So if you do grab an API key from these folks, make sure you set a spending limit so that if there's a bug or something happens, it doesn't go too rogue, and then at least you'll have some type of thing that's going to stop you there. And then save every API key to your password manager as you create them. These are basically on most platforms. Then we'll go ahead and create a Telegram bot. So, okay, cool. Have I tried using either Conductor in your dev workflow to orchestrate multiple agents in multiple projects, or go to multiple OpenClaw? So right now, I haven't used Conductor, and I've been more focused on, like, if I'm doing a Conductor-like workflow, I've actually found that Cursor is incredibly fast at that type of stuff, and I'll cover some of that stuff a little bit later, because I have a lot of workflows, like for example, my Snap Studio thing that I'll show you. Like for research, it's incredibly thorough and insanely fast. So I kick off parallel agents and do a lot of like investigative work. So like this is something that I was doing. I was looking up like somebody was trying to basically attack the website and everything. So I send off all these parallel agents to do work. And I'm basically I was using a combination of GPT 5.3 codecs and 4.6. And this stuff is just insanely thorough. It's kind of cracked, actually. It's faster than codecs because Cursor is launching these multiple threads, keeping track of everything, and also keeping the context windows super duper tight. So yeah, that's some older, let's see if I can see firewall platform overview. Yeah, there's some older threads that we'll chase here, but I've been super blown away with the latest version of Cursor, and these guys have been just destroying everything. So yeah, their agent's super fast. There's the new Composer stuff, and I would highly recommend taking a look at that. It's faster than Claude Code. It's faster than a lot of things, and it's really impressive. This is going to be basically when we're said and done here. This is actually kind of what I'm aiming for my own architecture, by the way. So this is going to be my Mac Mini that we have right here. And so it's going to be the orchestrator agent for my OpenClaw. So we just have the very minimal setup, the $600 Mac Mini, which is basically 16 gigs of RAM. It's only going to eat up 5 watts because it's just going to sit here. And it's really going to do inference at my house, like DJX Spark, Mac Studio, which is going to be coming later. I have this MacBook Pro right here, and this is 128 gigs of RAM. So that will be on the network. I also have a network attached storage at the house as well. So eventually we'll be doing our thing here. And then I also have all my chats and stuff exported from ChatGPT. So these are, you can go into ChatGPT, and you can also go into Anthropic and have it export your chats. And that's basically what we have here. All of these are these audio files that I've talked with ChatGPT. And that's kind of what we have there. What else do we have here? I also have like all my conversations exported from ChatGPT. Like this is my ChatGPT history. And then aside from that, I also have all the Anthropic stuff. So you can kind of see down here. We also have like the group chats. We also have like shared conversations. There's a bunch of other history that's in here as well. I think it's one level up above this. And so I basically had Cursor help me generate a plan for how we're going to basically install OpenClaw and then activate the agent to tell it what to do. Like, hey, I came online, who am I, who are you? And then this is the identity we're gonna give it. So pick something personal. I have Fuego for my cloud stuff. So I'm gonna do something like, you know, telling it it's an AI assistant and stuff. And then like tell it, I'm gonna be very thorough about like what I'm gonna do for my business. So like, I'm Ray Fernando, I run my company here, content creation, AI education business, I guess. I'm a former Apple engineer. I worked on the Apple Watch since inception. And just kind of give it all these details about who I am, dyslexia, Hawaii, like Schnauzer, like YouTube channel, and like all this cool stuff. And then I'm going to tell it about the Mac Mini setup as well here. So this is going to be how I'm going to run it and like what I plan to do here, and as far as like it's air gapping things. And then I'm going to define the soul together through the setup. So I'm going to establish like the communication style. So this is going to be really important for defining the soul for how I actually kind of talk to this thing. Hey, big shout outs to Z Whaler. What's going on, man? Welcome to the stream. Doing some late night stuff. This is just kind of the vibes right now. So for the soul file, we're going to basically just, right now, I think this is a little too corporate, to be honest, but I'll probably loosen this up a little bit. I have a quote from Pete Steinberger for his soul setup, and he actually is really cool because he says like, he actually tells this thing to swear at him and like not be so corporate and be a little bit more like you're having beer with a friend, and it makes it much more interesting to communicate with, which is, I think, is pretty cool. So yes, this is because I'm importing a bunch of other chats as well. Here's some security boundaries. So like this soul could be too strict for it, to be honest. And so I think tell it what's coming next. So after the conversation, this is about it prepping it to be connected with all my other history here, because I have some stuff I'm going to input. And so yeah, so there's quite a bit of setup that we're going to go through today. So this is going to be a really fun setup. But yeah, let's go back to this guy, and let's go ahead and go back to configuring something. So now that we kind of know a little bit of what's going on, for those who are just kind of joining in right now, we have some folks who are joining in. We got the Mac Mini set up fresh, and I actually have an instance that I've actually remoted into. And so this is the Mac Mini, and I'm remoted into here. And so the first thing that we want to go ahead and do is, now that I have my Gmail stuff set up and my Apple ID set up for this guy, we're just going to go ahead and see if we can open the terminal. So terminal, and so we're going to go to this thing here. So I think what I should do is, yeah, so I'm going to put this on my external screen so that way I can see it up here. Perfect. Okay. So that way I know what I'm looking at. Okay. So this is my Mac Mini, and I think I should be able to just copy and paste this, and we should have everything we need possible. I heard that there's an Apple Mac OS 10 app, so we can actually download the menu bar access for your Lobster. Works great alongside the CLI. So let's go ahead and get the one-liner installed here, because all we have to do is just copy this thing here and then just see what happens, because I think we should be good. I'm going to make this a little bit bigger as well, and then we're going to do this here. Perfect. So I haven't installed anything, by the way. So we don't have any like homebrew set up. We don't have anything set up. So this is like, if you were to just buy a Mac Mini off the shelf, this is pretty much that setup that we're going to go through right now. So yeah, okay. So let me grab some of this stuff here. Okay, so let's see. Good morning. I think Chart is waking up. Okay. Let's see. So Homebrew is not found. Installing Homebrew failed. Rerun with verbose for details. Running in non-interactive mode because stdin is not TTY. So need sudo access on Mac. So the user needs to be an administrator. So in order for me to run this command, I probably have to rerun the stuff here to install Homebrew. So if I just rerun the command here, let's just see what happens. Okay. Install. So -- which may request your password. So if I did sudo bang bang, so like this is a command you can run. So the sudo with the exclamation marks, they call them bangs. If you do 2 of them, it'll basically rerun the previous command in sudo mode. And that's how we're going to be able to get access to this thing. And so as you type in stuff in here, you're not going to be able to see my password. Hold on. And so that way, okay, cool. Sweet, okay. So now it says preparing environment. So now it's actually going to install Homebrew for us. And so I think this one-liner should basically install everything we need, which is pretty cool. So let's go ahead and see what's going on with the comments. What's an alternative to Mac Mini? There's a lot of alternatives that people have. You can install this like on a $25 Android phone. You can install it on any piece of hardware, they can really run it. There's a lot of stuff that can really run it. So rent a VPS server as well. Yeah. So the reason why I'm doing a Mac Mini is because I'm literally going to have all my ChatGPT and Anthropic chats inside of this little guy. And so that little guy is going to just basically hold everything. So right now it's basically installing Homebrew because Homebrew is not installed on the Mac Mini by default. I don't think Git is installed. There's a lot of stuff that's not installed by default. So just running that command from OpenClaw.ai will basically install all that stuff for you, which is pretty cool. So like that install script will literally bootstrap everything you need for getting this actually running on your Mac, which I actually really do appreciate. So theoretically, it's just one line, and so that way you don't have to go through this extra setup and everything. Dropped in a little late. Did you share the script you created to parse your old chat history into OpenClaw memories? Howdy from Texas, by the way. I have not shared that script yet, so I'm gonna see if I can try to figure that out because I do have an instance here. I think I was talking about it a little bit earlier on Cursor. So this is the directory, and then this is I have a script that I have set up over here somewhere. So this is part of this setup here for the workflow. And basically I just exported it, and I was having some conversations with the with Opus. So in here, I think I said my ChatGPT, I said, help me turn this into a banger tweet. I don't know if you realize this, but like you can also use Cursor to make banger tweets. And that's how I made my my banger tweet that I posted on X. It's almost got 100,000 views, which is pretty cool. Okay, so that was not the banger tweet that we're looking for. So, gosh, I did like everything in here. Where is it? I'm gonna pop into. Okay, so here's one of the first chats. So I said, here's what I did. I basically, while we're waiting for the install to go, and we're gonna go back to the very beginning of time here. So I said, basically I said, I just exported my ChatGPT history and they gave me a file that you're currently in a directory right now. So I basically just put into a directory. I said, I want to see if I can understand the structure of the current file system because I want to extract some of the memories from it. I canceled my ChatGPT Pro subscription, and one of my favorite pieces was the memories feature. And right now I'm working a lot with Claude. I'm working with Anthropic, and they may have great memories feature. They have a great memories feature. I have various projects set up, and I want to see if you can take a first look and see if you can set up this folder, take a look at see what this folder structure looks like, and do some various investigations on here on the file system and help me make some sense of these things. And I'd like you to figure out how we can reference the date in the future. I'm working a lot with OpenClaw, or this should have been OpenClaw, C-L-A-W, and they have memories feature and stuff, so I'll give that to GitHub repo so you can reference it. So I gave it these references here, and it says, I encourage you to use Xcode and RevTools along with cloning the OpenClaw repo in the temp directory so you can understand how it works. You'll likely need to launch things in parallel so you can reason and come up with the understanding of what we can do. You can use console. And so the /console command inside of Cursor is something that basically will kick off at least 10 agents. And so the reason why I do this is because we're doing a full investigation. And I don't know if you caught this in the prompt, but in the prompt here, what's really important is the part here about cloning the repo to a temp directory to understand how it works. So this is like the biggest cheat code, especially for the OpenClaw repo, because it's very well like organized and structured and really good for LLMs to kind of dig through. And so what ends up happening is after you do this now, it starts to basically look through the folder structure and then starts to do some queries. And then eventually it actually clones the repo. And then Cursor itself starts kicking off these other agents to start digging through and understanding what's happening. So they kick off these parallel investigations. So this is one of the chats that it did in parallel. And you can see in here, it's a separate context window. So it actually starts going through and doing all of these tool calls, which is incredibly valuable, but it doesn't eat up the main context window. And then it goes through the site as well. So it starts going through like the docs and stuff. It's amazing. Like this thing just crushes and it's super fast. The other thing that it does is that it writes a Python file to actually do an investigative work on the actual ChatGPT history. So this is the export from ChatGPT. They just give you an email, you just download it, and it's just all these files and all these hashes and something that humans really can't make sense of, but LLMs are perfect at understanding this stuff. And then it continues to do more things, and it actually continues to write more scripts internally, right, in the same chat window to really understand what's going on. It says, let me look deeper where ChatGPT stores the memories in the export. They might be in the metadata or in a special message type. So then, like, you know, Opus basically 4.6 started to write more code. And I think I used Opus 4.6 fast. This thing was just insanely fast. And it just ripped through everything, like super fast. And then I can see that the bio, the ChatGPT memory tool, has this type of attribute to it. And then from here, you can see how it just keeps going and going. Like, I'm just at the very beginning. This is the chat that I did 3 days ago, by the way. And that's kind of what inspired this whole thing. So this thing just ripped, like, right? Here's what I found. 138 megabyte file. So that giant JSON file is 138 megabytes. That's 3 years of ChatGPT history. You can see from March 2023 to January 2026, right? 1,857 conversations. Here's the whole layout here, and here's like the actual structure for everything that's in there. It even tells me and gives me a count of all the models I use. My highest used one was O3. I went crazy with O3, right? I have 42 ChatGPT memories, and so like this actually summarized them, and here's my OpenClaw memory system. So it also got information from some of the OpenClaw repo that we cloned out. So it understood that, and that's how powerful this console is, and this thing just ripped. So now it's gonna want me to go ahead and build the script that extracts your memories and generates the OpenClaw compatible markdown files. I can also extract richer data from your conversations like topic, memories, key decisions. And so I said review like this, you know, it's like one of the markdown plans basically that it generated. And that's basically what it did. I went into plan mode. I, you know, grabbed the markdown file that it created, and then we just had to do another review of everything. And so after it did a review, I think I did the review in, I don't know if I did an Opus. I think I might have used another model, but I'm not really sure here. And so this is kind of where I go through more detail. So the reason kind of why I'm spending some time with this with you right now in this like real casual setting is because you may be trying to do this for yourself, and this is very much possible. What you need is just to export your ChatGPT history. So you go to your settings, you go to data controls, and you say export. They're going to send you an email. You're going to get that file, you're going to download it, and you just put it inside a folder inside of Cursor, pop the agent open, and just start saying exactly what I did. The key terms are to tell it that you wanted to do some investigation, and tell it that you want to clone the repo from OpenClaw so it can understand how to fit that into the memories. And then the other part of it is a couple links to the documentation. And then you just kind of let Opus 4.6 do its work. If you use Codex 5.3, it will basically do something very similar to what we did here. I was just testing out the Cursor Opus 4.6 fast, and this thing just absolutely destroyed everything. It was so fast. It's just insane when you use this model. And so, yeah, that's kind of all of the details that we go through. Yeah, awesome, man. Yeah, now this thing it just absolutely cooks. Yeah, so that's kind of, I don't know. I don't feel like a lot of people cover this stuff, but I feel like I want to get this type of thing. I call it perfect memory, but like the thing that I miss most is I have chats in OpenAI, I have chats in Anthropic. They don't like to talk to each other. Y'all know this, right? Like they beefing, like, and so why not combine them together and just use one smart model, and then when the next smart model comes out, I'll just do whatever, right? We own the data. We can do whatever we want, right? So that's the whole point. Yeah, thanks for sharing. I can't wait to get mine moved over. Yeah, bro, this is wild. I feel like this had to be covered in some type of detail. So yeah, this is basically the changes and the two timing options, right? Drop the data before setup or drop after setup. So I went to basically choose to drop it after the setup. As I started to learn more about this system from OpenClaw, so the cool thing about cloning a repo down is you can start to ask it questions. And I learned that generating the soul file with nothing there in the memory file is kind of like giving birth to your daughter, your son, your agents. So you give it a purpose, and once it has that purpose, then you can backfill some of those memories back into it. And so from there, that's kind of how basically this sort of started to self-generate the structure here for how we're gonna set bootstrap and drop our script in. So it's gonna be like this install.sh here. And so that's why it's like this may or may not work for you, and so we may, you know, I think I'm going to open source how I install this. Did I have the, do I have the install.sh? I don't think I generated the script yet. I think I've generated the plan, but I haven't put the script. I haven't generated the script. That's right, because I wanted to make sure I had everything set up. And then, yeah, that's kind of, I mean, I still keep going, by the way. I mean, I ripped. I like absolutely destroyed and just kept ripping here. So I think, what else did I want to do here? Anthropic contains more current and detailed information. Oh, okay. So what happened next was like, damn, this was crazy for ChatGPT. So I did the same thing for Anthropic. I literally said, here's the Anthropic data. I was able to get my Anthropic data. I've been able to put into a folder here. Can you review that file structure as well and report back how we can incorporate that into this? And so after I did that, that's when it like went to town like crazy. And then it says, cool, like look at their structure. It likes to actually compliment itself and says, yes, look how nicely structured Anthropic stuff is, you know, when you're using the Anthropic models. And so what's cool is if you export your data from Anthropic, what ends up happening is any projects you have are also exported. So it actually read those and it actually sees them, which is amazing. So in here, now we're also going to roll in our projects. So this is my most valuable information inside of Anthropic and Claude system in Claude.ai. And so now we're going to have 23 of my projects imported from basically Claude.ai. And I'm now going to have them available inside of my own little Mac Mini and my Maltbot. So not only will, like, if I change the model or you know, want to run skills files against this, you know, all of this stuff is going to be defined because these are workflows I've literally defined for my own stuff. So they're going to be now accessible to the history as well. So yeah, NVIDIA offers API credits for Kimi 2.5, correct. I think they only offer like 1,000 requests, and then you have to get an enterprise plan. I forget what it is, but yeah. Fast is really OP. Honestly, I can't wait. I don't need to burn API calls. Yes. I build an agent on the Pi 5 and it's been okay. I have a Mac Mini now. I need to set up one from scratch. It's cool to talk to it over Instagram. Yeah. Where is your main broadcast on YouTube? Robert, it will be on Ray Fernando 1337. I'm hoping it's still up. Let me just double check that it's still up. Yeah. So let me just go ahead and copy the video URL. And then I'll give you that here. I don't know if it's actually going to show up, but if you just go to, let's see if you can kind of type in just Ray Fernando 1337, you'll be able to, yeah, that's like kind of the wrong link, but yeah, you probably won't be able to get this, but just at Ray Fernando 1337, and then you'll be able to kind of get the link. It's probably easier to watch on YouTube, to be honest, as opposed to X, because it's probably even easier to ask questions. So. I appreciate you, Robert. How much do you burn using 4.6 fast? I'm not going to tell you, man. I'm going to tell you. Are you using Tailscale? Yes, to secure the IP. Correct. Yeah. So the goal here is also to use Tailscale. And the reason why I want to use Tailscale is basically I just want to keep everything kind of private. And it's just going to be the best way to access everything. I actually currently have that set up for EC2 as well. Hey, I'm over here now. Thanks. Oh, Old Time Radio Show. Oh, cool. Awesome. Yeah, I know actually who you are. Yeah, you sent me really nice emails and stuff like that. I really appreciate you. And so, okay, so we've gone through and talked a little bit about how I generated my script. Eventually, when I make the script, that's the script I will share open source. As of now, we have done this extensive build out on my personal data. It's possible that your data could be structured differently when you output it, but that's kind of why I wanted to start the stream. If you want to go back later on, make sure you bookmark this video because I will have timestamps, and this is something that I generate that we'll go back to. So let's go ahead and check on our other installation. I think it should be done by now, just to see where we're at for now. So back to the Mac Mini. And for those who are just wondering, we basically just went to the quick start here. And from the quick start, we were able to just get this thing installed here. So we just ran this one command, and then in our terminal here is where we got everything started. So far it was great. So it basically installed Homebrew for us, and once it installed Homebrew, it fixed our path, and now we're at 2026 2.9, which is great. And so now we're setting up our OpenClaw on our Mac. So yeah, just a disclaimer here, by the way. This is probably like the most riskiest thing that you can put on a system, obviously. And so the reason kind of why I'm walking through this is literally just for my own purposes. And, you know, you as a person who's observing, you know, may get some education out of it, but please, you know, do some research and do your own risk. It is a risky system, so I would highly recommend that you definitely do some research on this. And not let it go full YOLO, and you're just going to watch someone like me on the internet kind of clown himself as he sets this thing up. And I think people who are intelligent like you watching this are very well aware of the risks, but I don't want to assume anything, and I just also want to make sure that you make an educated opinion on moving forward like this and not just straight up copy me just because you saw me on the internet. So with that, if we agree on that, definitely I'm going to go ahead and continue on forward, and I'm going to let you continue observing my little workflow here as I kind of continue along through this process and take the risk on myself. So I understand, Ray Fernando, understand this is powerful and inherently risky. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to do the quick start here, and then the model provider I'm probably going to do is Anthropic. And so I'm probably going to do the not the API key, but yeah, if I, you know, I don't know, you can do setup token. So the setup token is basically you just run this command here somewhere and then paste it back into here. So this is kind of where it gets a little risky here. So I can go back. I can set up these different keys. So who's going to be my main model provider? I can do Vercel AI Gateway too. This would be really cool. I think I'm going to do Anthropic. So the thing here that's really tough is how do I set this back up again? If I want to paste the API key and then not leak anything. So that's the other part of it that's kind of rough because I'm literally just doing this live with y'all and sharing everything. So Anthropic setup token. Yeah, I think that's kind of what people are doing right now. Yeah. Okay, I think I might, see, this is the thing. Okay, OpenAI, OAuth, and then if I set up like an API key, it'd be like console.anthropic.com, I think, right? Yeah, and then you can set up your own like limits and stuff. So Anthropic. Spending limits. So in the console itself, when you get a key that's generated like this, what does it say? Oh gosh, you can tell it what your limits are. Let's see. Does this show you? I don't think it does. Oh man. Yeah, let me try to figure something out here. So that way I can kind of get this set up for y'all. Okay, so I think what I'll do is I'll go back over here and I'll go into this mode right now. So I'm gonna go into this mode and set up my stuff here. So that way you can set up, you're gonna set up your own thing. So it's gonna be doing it in a certain way. And so that way I don't expose too much, I hope. And hopefully I don't get cooked on the stream. Okay, all right, cool. I low-key have a feeling I'm going to get cooked, but whatever. All right, it doesn't matter. In some ways it does, though. Okay, CD workspace. Okay, perfect. So here we are. I'm going to go through this setup here. I'm still over here now, which is great. And I'm going to go ahead and say authorize. Oh, hold on. Okay, I know why. So let me go back. Oh, I opened it in the wrong window, my bad. Okay, so run, then paste token here. Okay. Oh, I see, okay. Okay, so I need to go open a terminal on my home screens now. Terminal, ghosty, cool. Perfect. All right, I'm opening up something relatable. You got this. Yeah, I definitely appreciate it. It's kind of rough. I'm like testing out this whole streaming thing And so now I have this like giant token. Oh my gosh. And of course with the new lines and stuff, text mate. Okay. Yeah, I'm just definitely gonna cook myself to sleep. Okay, so I paste the token in here. Token name is M4 mini. Okay. All right, so the model I'm gonna use is the default Opus 4.6. Sure, we'll use that one. And as far as the channel, I'm gonna select Telegram bot, Discord bot. As of now, I'm gonna skip for now. But I think what I'll do in the future is gonna set up Telegram. Telegram will be a great way for me to actually start to interact with this thing, which would be really cool. And that way I can have like group chats and all this cool stuff going on. So OpenClaw channels add. Okay, cool. Configure skills now. What skills would I recommend? Yes. Okay, preferred node manager for skill installs. I'm going to use, I'll use Bun. I love Bun. But I heard that there's a problem, so I'm going to use PNPM. Okay, so as far as skills that I will install, I think, let's see. So let me go back over here and kill some of these types of things. Kill some copy and pastes and various stuff so that I don't expose certain things, just so I have them up here. And here's my stuff. And then here we go. Okay, so I'll show you a little bit of what's going on. I may have to switch back for some things, but I appreciate everyone's patience through this here. Just making sure I don't expose anything. Yeah, I'm gonna close this window too, just in case. Looks like I could have exposed some stuff. Okay, cool. So now, back to the screen share. So through this screen share, we're here to install any missing skill dependencies. So if you want to select one, all you have to do is hit spacebar, and that's what will basically show up. So if you have 1Password set up, that's probably where you would then select, the 1Password thing, which we don't have set up. So out of all of these, ClawHub is where you would search and install your different skills. So for those who are wondering, this is actually like where the highest exposure for risk that you have. So if you install skills from ClawHub, they're trying to lock them down and secure them. But as of now, it's probably the highest risk, through skills files. And so my current approach is going to be a little more conservative. I like to build skills on the fly based off of my workflows. So I'm going to have a conversation with OpenClaw itself, or my little bot, and then I'm going to say, hey, can you build a skill file for this? And so instead of installing skills randomly from these places that I may not trust completely, or they may have some latent prompt injection stuff, that's kind of where I'll want to have a conversation and have the skills files installed that way. I can also generate skills file on a different computer or in a different session, and then I can inspect the code myself, or maybe have a cursor instance go across and take a look at things. So that's kind of the way that I'm thinking about this right now from a overall skills perspective. But yeah, and so I'm not going to set up the ClawHub skill. It's something to look at. I can see some other stuff, but then I could probably describe the specs that I want to build, because Opus is really smart at generating these types of things. So just a FYI. So back in here, I think, let's see, GitHub, interact with GitHub CLI. So run GitHub issues and stuff. That could be really interesting. GOG workspace. So I think I might set some of these up later, because I may not need them all. So OpenAI Whisper, local speech to text Whisper CLI, no API key, install OpenAI Whisper Brew. Wow, that's pretty cool. So this will just use the OpenAI Whisper. So we'll just download the Whisper model. Actually, that's pretty cool. And that way you can start to do some transcriptions. That is pretty awesome. But we may do some of that stuff later. Okay, Peekaboo, capture and automate Mac OS UI with Peekaboo CLI. Okay. Dang. Summarize things Mac, video frames, WACLI. Wow. Okay. WhatsApp messages. Okay. Cool. So there's a lot of stuff that's going on here, and I'm gonna just zoom out for a second just to make sure I don't expose anything, because sometimes. So I think what I'm gonna do is skip for now, and then what I might do is Command K and hit spacebar. Okay, so yeah, okay, here we go. That way I don't expose too much. I'm gonna hit skip for now. And then the next step here is gonna say, do you want to install like the Google Places API? And so that's something that I might set up later, because this is something that Pete Steinberger was talking about, is that if you set up the Places API, if you're traveling, you can send photographs and it can look up stuff and it can be like a very rich experience. And this is probably something that he'd recommend. But for now, I'm just not gonna set this up. And then set the Google Places for local places. Not yet, no. Yeah, I'm just gonna do like a very bare bones minimum setup here. All right, so I'm gonna go back out here. I just want to make sure I don't expose things. Set Gemini API key for Nano Banana Pro, not yet. Set a Notion API key for Notion. Wow, they have a lot of stuff now. Set OpenAI key for OpenAI ImageGen, no. For OpenAI Whisper API, no. 11 Labs API key for SIG, no. Okay, so enable hooks. So hooks let you automate actions when the commands are issued. So that's an interesting thing here. So let's take a look here. So OpenAI Claw hooks. Okay, so let's take a look at this. I just got my MISO from MS and I'm getting it set up as we speak. Sweet. It's amazing for transcribing. Damn, that's awesome, man. That's crazy. Maybe try downloading Parakeet V3. Oh, yeah. Parakeet V3. I think that's actually why I wanted to not install the Whisper one. It works really well. I have Apple Notes, so the bots can save notes and such. That's so amazing. Yeah. It's amazing from transcribe. Okay, this is the other Parakeets too. Strip away the dev workflows and the local LLM stuff. What's a Mac Mini actually for? Because I think most people buy the hardware without ever touching what makes it worth the price. So Eduardo is more for privacy, and like for me, like keeping everything contained into one location. So like I put basically all of my ChatGPT history inside of here along with my Anthropic history. And so I'd rather have it on a Mac Mini than like on a VPS somewhere, just for my own personal take. And you know, this will be backed up via Time Machine. I have a network attached storage at home. And this is also an orchestrator. So if you maybe aren't familiar with what I'm planning to do, like I call it my Grandmaster plan. So my Grandmaster plan is basically something like here. I think I have Mac Mini stream. So I had one. Where is my, here we go, personal ecosystem. Okay, so this is gonna be my actual like configuration here. So the Mac Mini is gonna be my orchestrator that has OpenClaw in it, and it's gonna do orchestration across my actual home network. So my home network is gonna do a EXO inference cluster, and this is what I'm planning to set up when it's all said and done. So I'm gonna have a DGX Spark, and it's gonna act as prefill for the like larger models that I load up. And then the Mac Studio and the MacBook Pro will also act as in the decode stages of loading the larger models. And so when it's all said and done, I'll have like 768 gigabytes of memory that I can use, or 140 T-flops per second, or 1.5 terabytes per second, as far as like the way that I'll be able to inference the models and do tasks that I can run 24 hours and stuff. So that's the eventual goal. Like everything will be going super crazy, but I'm starting off really small and trying to contain everything here. So having everything on the local network is just really ideal because I'm not really relying on data center. It also keeps everything in my local network in terms of security. So in order for me to access everything, I'll have everything just accessible through that. The other part that people don't really talk about as far as Mac Minis is the security aspect of it. So these M chips, you can authenticate using Touch ID. And so you can't run like a CLI that will literally invoke Touch ID and actually authenticate. So in order for you to do that, you actually need like a fingerprint, or if you're using like the phone with Touch ID, you physically have to hit the button twice. So there's no like electrical engineering workaround unless you actually like pull out the phone and break it, and you can't really do that anyways, but there's that part of it. So you can store your actual passwords in Apple's keychain. And so Apple cannot actually break into your machine and grab those passwords, because that's actually, Apple designed their whole security spec so that they can't do that, right? So only you have access. And so if they were to say, hey, Apple, we need you to get into the device, then we're like, we designed the system so that we don't even know about it. So even though your data will go to a data center and sync to iCloud, they can't even reverse engineer it there. if they were basically given a warrant and so forth. So that's the current design system. There's obviously a lot more details behind that. So there is a way, like if you do set up a recovery option, technically you generate a way for someone to have access to it. But there are other ways to, there's like a lot of really implicate details. There's like a 150 page plus security white paper that Apple's published that you can go ahead and look up. And so this is kind of why I prefer this infrastructure, is because for the Mac Mini part, we're basically going to be able to have, like this, like security, like ring zero, like everything kind of sits here first, and then it stays local in my little network for the stuff that I want to do. And then I will have external agents. So I will have a VPS set up as well. And so VPS stuff will be doing other things like interacting with the external world, and those agents will have different tasks for coding. They'll have different tasks for like business investigation. So I want to keep those isolated off my network, and I want to keep those online and in a VPS somewhere in their own containers. And so that way, like if there is any poisoning of any information, the way that I'm thinking about this is that things will be kind of isolated in different components. That way the attack radius is a lot smaller. So if there's like a prompt injection risk, in essence, I'll basically turn that into a honeypot. And so the agents will think they're getting access to things, but they're not actually. They're only getting access to a small little blast radius. And so that's the design that I'm kind of going for right now. And so the Mac Mini is like that one smaller piece of a bigger piece that that I'm kind of thinking from an infrastructure perspective. And so, yeah, that's just, it's a really good question that you asked, because I think not a lot of people are asking these types of questions. And there's also a lot of confusion between hardware. And it's not hype. It's actually really useful information. And I think more people don't really know about how this stuff is put together, but we're figuring it out. I don't think no one has the answers, and I think that's why we come together. So I need to secure mine more. I think you're good. I think you're good. I have OpenClaw running on. Okay, I think we talked about this one as well. Let's see how it goes. Yeah. Have I tried Composer 1.5? I will show you a little bit more later on that. Yeah. Parakeet v3 for speech to text. I'm really excited about that one. That's going to be really, really cool. So yeah, we'll get into that in a little bit here. So I think right now, I don't know what this like soul evil hook thing is that we're talking about. So one of the questions that came up in our screen share here was this concept about, do we want to hooks let you automate actions when the agent's commands are issues. So save sessions in the context memory when you issue /new. Oh, I see. Yes. So I think what I want to do is set up the boot one, the command logger, and the session memory. That's right. Okay, cool. Let me continue with this here. I'm going to switch screens for now because I really don't know what's going to be exposed next, and I don't want to accidentally expose any tokens because that sometimes happens. So I just want to make sure that we're good. So right now, basically what it's doing is it's installing my gateway services. If you haven't done this type of setup before, you'll see that there. Because it's a live stream, I'm switching away the screens just for this type of purposes, and I don't want to expose anything that I don't want to expose accidentally. And so now, this is an interesting thing. So I'm going to try to see if I can show you this without blanking out too much. Okay, I think we're good here. So let me switch back. So I appreciate everyone's patience doing this whole thing. So here we are. So now it's asking, allow Node to find devices on your local networks. This will allow the app to discover and connect to the collect data from devices on your networks. So the Node process is basically this type of thing that's running right here. So Node can be added to the background extension. So this is basically OpenClaw. So OpenClaw runs Node, and this is the command that's currently running. And so now it's basically trying to look through my network and see like, hey, if there's any other devices, can I connect to them? And so if you hit don't allow, then you can later allow it through a command line. But yeah, this is going to be what's going to allow the actual thing to connect to the rest of my inference cluster here. So you can kind of see that here. So in here, we're going to have this Mac Mini basically talking to my NAS and these other types of systems here. And so when it's going to run scripts or do different things, it's going to like communicate, through some other ways here. So so yeah, I think for now I'm going to just go ahead and spit this out here. So yeah. Okay. How much can I delay work? I need to start work soon. Emmanuel's, I would definitely encourage you to like not skip out on work, and I will have timestamps, and I'm going to hire some folks to go ahead and start cutting up some of these streams. So you're welcome to come back later on. And I will have to, it's like, take care of business. I feel like this is more of a chill stream, and this is kind of why I do this vibe right now, is because I really kind of wanted to chill out. I didn't want to have like too many official camera and stuff. So yeah, feel free to come back, man. So the Mac Mini is basically, so the Mac Mini is actually not running a model. So the reason why I got the smallest Mac Mini and smallest RAM is because I'm not going to run a local model on the Mac Mini. It's literally just going to be an orchestrator, and I'm running the Opus model on it right now, so that it can start to orchestrate and handle and figure out, okay, who's running stuff right now, what stuff is going on, and then that can hand off and delegate tasks to wherever my other agents are. So that's what's up. And then as far as like data containment, it's one part of many other things. So let's see, allow node to find, okay, allow. Okay, so how do we want to hatch your bot? Hatch in TUI, hatch in the web UI. I want to hatch, so I like to hatch in the terminal UI because it seems to be very native to me. And so if you haven't seen this yet, let me go ahead and see. Yeah, we have this here. Okay. The web UI will launch the web browser and everything, but I prefer to hatch into TUI. So TUI means terminal UI. And I'm going to go ahead and do this right here because I'm not sure what's going to be exposed. So I'm just going to do that. And right now it's basically hatching its own little thing right now. Hey, I just came online. This is my first time waking up. Fresh slate, no memories, no name, no nothing. Kind of exciting, honestly. Okay, cool. So this is really cool. So I'm going to show you a little bit of what this looks like now. So here's my screen share. Perfect. So in the terminal UI, once we did that here, basically it's now connecting to the agent, and it says it came online, and this is kind of what it's saying. So this is the point now we're going to interact with everything. So if we had set up Telegram, this is kind of, there's additional steps to set that up. And we're going to probably set that up a little bit later. Or I definitely will set it up maybe a little bit later. But in here, now we've basically given birth to the agent, and the agent is kind of hanging out here. So technically, if I go to a new terminal window, and I go to, where did it set this thing up? OpenClaw. So it's bin.zsh. What directory does it set it up in? Let's see. Directory. Default. Let's see. I'm going to, what directory does OpenClaw set itself up in? Oh, it's like user tilde OpenClaw. Okay, so this is great. Okay, so this is where it sets itself up in. So if you want to browse the files of everything, it'll just basically be in OpenClaw. And so if you ever want to open anything in the terminal, you can just do open like this splat tilde OpenClaw. And so that will basically open up the actual window for OpenClaw, like the Finder window. And so if we do that here on the Mac, now you can actually see the files, right? So because we have a Mac, we can see all the files in here. So if you do command 1, it'll do this, command 2 does this, command 3 does this. So that's how you can explore these files. And because it's a hidden folder, anything in the dot notation basically means that the folder's hidden. And so that's now how you can see it. So if you just hit open space and then whatever this thing is. So this is like some of the terminal basics. And if you're curious, this is kind of how it kind of plays out there. And so now we actually have the agents file. This is the main thing. These are like the sessions and stuff like that. This is the canvas. This is the cron services. If we have any of these, any devices we have paired, its identity, any logs and stuff, which is pretty cool. The OpenClaw JSON, the workspaces. So this is kind of where the heartbeat is designed. This is the soul file. This is where these various things are. So this is kind of what they're talking about as far as workspace. And this is where the soul will get defined. And because these are empty, you can kind of see they're basically no kilobytes. When this thing kind of comes online, it says, hey, I don't have any of this stuff. We need to actually set these up. And this is kind of where we're going to go ahead and yap everything into existence. So far, for those who are following along, what we've done is all we have to do is just hit this one command line here. So you just copy and paste it. And because this was our first time running it and we had 0 things set up, we went from 0 to get set up. The thing that we had to do is when we ran the command, it's like, hey, you don't have Homebrew installed. So the next command that we ran was sudo, S-U-D-O, or sudo, space, and then exclamation, exclamation. So in technical terms, they'll call those like a bang bang, the little bang mark. And so a lot of times you'll probably hear the word sudo bang bang. So that just means when you do sudo, you're going to run and escalate as admin privileges. And then the little two bangs will basically repeat the previous command that you ran before it. Because a lot of times when you're trying to rerun a command previously, you'd have to go back and then insert everything. So yeah, these people were clever in making these types of little shortcuts to kind of navigate through this stuff. So all right, so we have this here. Okay, now we have this guy up here as well. So okay, so this was our setup. Low key, I got that USB. Oh, bro, I want this setup right here on deck. And when you're ready, my ultimate vision is classic arcade TMT. So I have a Mac Mini that's set up with classic arcade games, and that'll probably be a future show for sure. Privacy really is a factor that folks in the third world still haven't given the attention it deserves. Yeah, I'll definitely be tuning into your lives and showing up to keep up with the workflows. Hey, thanks, man. I really appreciate that. Thanks so much for answering, Ray. I'll need to transcribe your full answer once the live stream wraps, but some parts were already cleared up a lot for me. Hey, cool. Yeah, I mean, I like everyone's questions and stuff that they're asking. Also, everyone's participation here is awesome. Yeah, .openclaw/workspace. Great setup. Gemini has direct access to YouTube videos for parsing. That's also true. Yes, this is a really cool thing. Yeah, this is also what Ruben was saying. So you can use Gemini to grab transcripts and turn them into clear checklists and give OpenClaw to implement. That's just absolutely crazy. So yeah, that's cool. All right, so I think we got a lot of stuff going on here. So let me go ahead and go back to this situation here, because now that I have the different stuff, we'll see what's up. Did you find a link for the DigitalOcean coupon? No, that's kind of why I ditched it. So I pretty much gave up on that. Yeah, I haven't heard back from Lizzie, and there are a couple people who signed up, which I feel really bad for, because she was saying that you should be able to sign up and people paid money for it, and they didn't come through on their end. So they weren't an official sponsor of mine, by the way, and I feel really bad because I feel responsible because I let them on the stream, and then like, in essence, they sort of took advantage of people. And please bug them online and then ping me directly, and then I'll retweet it, because it's, if it's just me, then maybe just kind of think it's me. But if it's everyone else, I'm just gonna I'll keep retweeting you. Like if you have it and you have a problem, just let me know, and then I'll retweet it and say, hey, DigitalOcean, y'all need to come through because certain people spend money on this. Some people spend like $30. They're promising $600 in credit, and I think they need to do their end of the bargain, because that's not. I don't work with people who don't pull through on that. Any people who sponsor my stream, like I make sure that they pull up for the community. So that's what we do. So okay, cool. So back to the grind right now. So let's go back down. All right, cool. Let's see what's going on now. Have you found a workflow that lets you do agent teams from Claude Code CLI in OpenClaw? I'm thinking of this one, exe.dev. So check this out. So if you check this out, they call it a disk that persists, and you have sudo. So Shelly is a seriously incredible, I don't know, blog. Boy, they used to have a lot more information on this thing. Okay, so this is a subscription service that gives you virtual machines. So these have persistent disks, and they basically already have Claude Code. They have codecs and stuff installed, and they're accessible over HTTPS. So what's cool about this is that you can possibly give like an agent access to this, and then the agent then can kick off, swarms or whatever you want to do, really. You can do a lot of stuff. And you can share your web server as easily as you share your Google Docs. So with built-in optional authentication, and you can focus on your thing. So your VMs share CPU and RAM, so all you pay for is just the resources. So you don't pay per VM. All you do, you can make up to like 25 of them. And so these are people like who are absolutely cracked. So these people worked at Google. This person was a contributor to the Go compiler. This person worked at like Airtable, and like, these aren't just like random pie in the sky people. These are like actually legit folks. And so I think, what screen am I? Oh, I'm not sharing the right screen. Sorry about that. Okay. So the one I was talking about, if you're kind of wearing exe.dev. So this is kind of what I was talking about here. And so in this, what is exe.dev? This is the thing I was talking about, the machines that basically accessible over HTTPS. And so let me kind of put this up here in this window here for those who are kind of curious. Okay. Yeah, so that's this guy. And so these folks are absolutely cracked, just to say the least. They're not like random fly-by-night scammer type of people. And I personally haven't like interviewed or talked to them or vetted it. It's just through my own experience and seeing what people are talking about online. And this is something that I want to start digging into a lot more, because I have a very similar type of situation. Because my problem is when I go to AWS, I can get one instance, with a T3.medium. And if I want to get another instance pull up, it's going to cost me like, another $30 a month. So like I'll have to spend $60 a month just to get like 2 different VMs. And then, my thinking is like, I want to have multiple agents spinning up multiple things. And some of these people are charging for compute, like compute hours. And I think that's kind of a rip. I'd rather have like one flat $20 a month plan, and then I can get up to 25 VMs, and I share the VMs over 2 CPUs, which is really all you need, really, 8 gigs of RAM. And you can have 25 scratch disk. So this is perfect. So what I can do here is, my goal is I'll have my orchestrator and stuff at here with my Mac Mini. So my Mac Mini can then start sending tasks off like, hey, go do a coding task with Droid. Go do a coding task with Claude Code. Go do a coding task with, Open Code. Go do a coding task with Codex. And so I can have it work on like 3 or 4 different repos. I'll share the same VM there. I can have up to 25 different sessions running, right? It can do tasks and commit stuff to the VM, and I basically just have one disk there that's available. If I wanted to pay more, I can get more resources, right? So I'll have 25. This one will have admin, user admin for shared environments. But this one will have 30 VMs, and you'll have a bigger, more RAM. So if you're doing some really crazy stuff, and AWS VPC integration, which is crazy. So yeah, that's enterprise, but that's not bad. It's like for one user, you'll have $20 a month. It's crazy, right? So in Teams, users can share their teammates' resources and burstable capacity. So yeah, so like as far as like the way that this works, they have an HTTP proxy, so the user logs in, and then all you do is as a host, you just get this once you've logged in. And so what it does is it basically executes their daemon, and then you're basically proxying into port 443, and then you just go back into this type of thing here. And so this is pretty cool. You can just hand this off to your agent, and it'll spin up one of these types of things, do a task, tear itself down, and you're pretty much good. So you have private versus public proxies. By default, only users with access to the VM can access the HTTP proxy. So if they access this for the first time, they'll be redirected to a login to this specific type of thing. And to share your site publicly, you can just run this to set share to whatever the VM name is and return your private access with this. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah. And then you have reverse proxy headers as well. Additional ports if you want to do anything. So yeah, this is pretty flexible. Persistent disks and not serverless. So most serverless platforms as a service offerings don't give you persistent disk. So this is a productivity killer. It comes with a normal, boring file system, run a database, write to it, logs, use SQLite, store files. Immutable infrastructure has its place, and it's not the only way to go. Pretty cool stuff. Yeah, what is Shelly? Shelly is a coding agent. So it's a web-based and works on mobile. So they have their own thing that they run there too. So this is kind of like, I guess, an additional bonus. So yeah. Can I run Docker images? Sure, why not? It's just a VM. You start with, what else does it have here? Can I connect VS Code? On your dashboard, there are links to open VS Code. So this leverages VS Code's SSH remote features, and the link is from like this. So all you have to do is whatever your SSH remote name is, and then you can connect it to VS Code. Boom. Crazy, right? Yeah, send and receive email. What does it say? Yeah, your VM can receive emails at whatever your name is. And then here's the email formats. Yo, this thing is crazy. I got to look more into this. This is so fire. Like, I haven't really fully looked into this. I'm really excited. This is kind of a really cool way to take a look here. So yeah, that's this guy. Have you looked at Hertzner by any chance? I have, but I went with like my Mac Mini for now, and I already had AWS. So I thought, it'd be easier to, and I tried Railway, and Railway I had such a difficult time getting everything configured that it wasn't really worth my time, and I definitely don't recommend it. It may have changed since I first started, but like it was such kind of unintuitive, and I felt like I just kept running into many barriers there. And so Hertzner, I really didn't take a look any further once I started to get my Mac Mini set up. And so that's probably something I'll revisit later. But I don't know if you realize this, but Hertzner has been doing a lot of campaigns recently. And you've probably seen like nearly everyone on YouTube promoting this because they, running a campaign. So it's now becoming the mainstream topic that everyone's talking about, which is cool because everyone's making videos on it, which is probably very useful anyways. So, oh yeah, the exe.dev, it's like crack for RT architects. Yeah. Is there a GitHub or something that would mimic what Anthropic does? So what Anthropic does, if you want to take a look, it's basically called the Claude Code SDK. Claude Code SDK. Agent SDK. Sorry. So the Claude Agent SDK is probably what you're looking at or looking for. And so it's basically the API. You pay for the API, but you have the same control of like kind of what they do. And you can pretty much do everything. There's a whole quick start on this, and they have an example project as well. But yeah, you can pretty much do everything that you could do with their agent for the most part, and then give the agent some options for what you want it to do. And there's a couple of videos, and there's a really good one from like on YouTube about them. To Claude Agent SDK. So yeah, there's like a full workshop from the actual Tariq. And then this is a really good interview from this guy named Ray Fernando and Cole Medine. Yeah, Cole Medine does a phenomenal breakdown on the Claude Agent SDK. So if you haven't had a chance to check out this video, let me link you up on here. Copy the link. And let me put it up here. Right here. Does that copy? Oh, bro. Okay. Google is doing the Google things. Okay. So yeah, I probably have to click the video. Oh, and we're going to watch an ad. No, please, no. Please.
That's great. Awesome. Let me get the contract.
Okay. Okay. Let me put this up here. Okay. So there's the YouTube video. So yeah, if you want to check that out, that's Cole Medine is awesome. He has a great community. If you want to check it out, there's a bunch of people who are actively building. He like documents this stuff up and down, which is really, really incredible. And so part of the reason why I had him on the show as well. Don't use Hertzner. They deleted my server with all my NAM projects because I forgot to pay $4. Bro, that sucks. That's so painful. Yeah. If I got the transcript of that and I fed it to OpenClaw, would it know how to set up the architecture? Yeah. Oh, for sure. For sure. I don't see why not. A quick plug array? Yeah. Well, it's like, I don't get any commission or anything. I just really like Cole Medine as a human, and he does phenomenal work, and I really like his stuff, and if you haven't had a chance to check his stuff out, he does a really thorough job, and it's one of the few people I can get behind because of his work ethic and all the detail that he puts in. And he put a lot of effort into the Claude SDK, and he has a community that's pretty vibrant there of people who build on it. So he actually has a lot of different stuff on that too. So I highly recommend Cole Medine if you haven't had a chance. A big shout out to Scott as well. So Scott here from Hawaii, I got to hit him up. He's on the other side of the island, and he's actually the one that connected us together with him. So big shout out to Scott. Okay, cool. So that's Claude SDK in a nutshell. Okay. So yes. Okay. So this is exe.dev. This is this OpenClaw thing. And then this is the hook stuff. So the hook stuff, we're pretty much kind of skipping out on this. So yeah, I need to set up the soul file. In the soul file, I was going to set it up to something that I had before. So with my setup, what I'm going to do now is take a look at what I have up here. So he is awesome. I agree. That video you shared made me watch your videos. Oh, that's awesome, man. That's cool. That's cool. I really appreciate that. Yeah, we're in here trying to help each other out. So this is our vibe right now. Yeah, so for those who are wondering, basically, this living room, I'm currently in Hawaii, just lounging out. It's currently like 9:50 p.m., so California is probably much later, and then New York, you're probably asleep. And then somewhere like in Australia and New Zealand, you're probably just waking up right now. Same with China and so forth, and everyone else on down. So yeah, I appreciate everyone kind of hanging out. We're just kind of just vibing right now. So this is just the vibe. And so we're gonna continue with the vibes and just kind of hanging out, and appreciate everyone's kind of company here as we're just gonna build. So I think everyone else is kind of trying to build with OpenClaw and figure out how to get this stuff working. So here, let's go ahead and see if I can take a look at my plan here. So I think I have a whole plan. And what I'm gonna do is go back into, I think, editor mode, right? So in editor mode here, I'm gonna try to see if I can generate the plan. So I think what I'll do is remove my chats, right? Okay, cool. So, hey, just came online, who are you? And then tell it who you are thoroughly. So I'm just gonna copy and paste this since I already have this all figured out. And here we are. And go back to my agent. So I'm gonna go over here. And so I'm gonna just say like, who are you? More importantly, who am I? I got a name for me. Should we figure that out together? Let's see, what would the name, what should I name it? I already have Fuego, and given that this agent sits in your Mac Mini and guards your personal data, consider framing as a personal archivist, a second brain, a trusted advisor, rather than just an AI assistant. So vibe, based on how you use AI, casual, direct, let me cook energy. Tell it to be warm, direct, and no nonsense. Emoji, your call. Okay, so what should I call this guy? I should say your name is like Taco. You know, okay, let's help me come up with the name, y'all, because I feel like I got to come up with a cool name for my bot. You know what I mean? Moin Moin? What's that? Oh man, Jason? Nah. Like Jason? Nah. Moin Moin? I'm in Texas. Oh, Cali's 11:51. I'm in Barcelona, 8:50 in the morning. Let's go. 8:50 in Germany. Let's go. Good morning, folks. Not 7 p.m. here in Australia. Oh, okay. I got my time zones backwards. How are they? Okay, cool. Little Ray. Oh, that's kind of cool. Ray Bay. Aloha. Hey, how's it going, man? Hola. Moin Moin is German and means good morning. Oh, okay. Nexus? Let's see what it wants to be called. Let's see. Yeah, what name should I name this? I'm kind of curious now. Let's see. Your name is, okay. Let me tell you about the tasks, then we'll come up with a name. And then let me tell you about me. And then I'll just say, I'm basically Ray Fernando, and then da-da-da-da. Okay. Bra. Running. Cool. Yeah, I'm really curious on the name and like what the name we're gonna do, you know? Like, Jarvis? Leroy? Maui? Oh, Maui sounds fire. Something Hawaiian. Yeah. So like, you know, I like Lani Kai. So like the Kai is like ocean and Lani is like heaven. So like heavenly ocean is kind of like an interesting theme here. And then I think Hoi means like paddle. And so the Mokaluas, like one of my app names is going to be called Moka Hoi. So it's like M-O-K-E, like the mokes, and then the Hoe is like the combination of like paddling, so like paddling to the islands, or paddling because there's like some islands that are pretty far off, and it's actually like kind of the logo here. And so also like turtles in general, like Honu, maybe I'll just call it Honu because Honu is like turtles and it means good luck in Hawaiian. Like it's kind of a cool thing, so I like that. Moana, Tolu, I think I'm gonna call it Honu, Honu. So like that's actually like turtle, and it just means good luck. And so what I like about it is this kind of like my little turtle. It's gonna be really fast, right? But it's gonna be like this guy's just gonna be good luck, right? So I think I like that, you know. And turtles have really cool properties. So I think we're gonna say, okay, this is cool. I like what it says here. So let's just go back to this type of thing. So in the screen share, here we are. So man, that's a life. Apple Watch from day one, caregiver, educator, builder, paddleboarder, and you can still find time to teach people to believe in themselves. And so you got that all saved. Now let's figure out who I am. So koa is Hawaiian hardwood, so strong and useful, and fits the Hawaii Bay Area split. So I'm going to be in your world a lot, your business, your content, your personal life. So the name should feel like someone you actually want to be around. So here's a few directions. Nemo, nobody in Latin. And so Sparky Kai is like ocean water. It's funny how the names for this actually kind of match like what we were talking about out loud. Isn't that funny? Like literally. Give it a green tui. Looks like one. Oh yeah, that's a really good idea actually. To give it like a green terminal UI. I think this is a really cool idea. Marcel Ducamp, I don't know who that is. I had my Claude set it all up in a Docker and then go research ways to harden it and enhance it. Oh, that's a cool way. Yeah, I like this idea of a green terminal UI, especially for the turtle one. Anyone here use DKPLO for Moltbots? No. Goat. Yo, what's going on, Saro? Maybe I should call it Saro, huh? Yeah. Imagine calling it, that'd be hilarious, calling mine a goat. I think I can give mine like a turtle emoji, which would be kind of cool. So if I call it Honu, is there something that would make OpenClaw make consistent websites and produce images that all look the same but swapped out for different products? Is there a process or protocol for that? Yo, Flavin, if you stay tuned, I'm gonna get you after I'm gonna name my thing. There's one called aura.build. It's fire, bro. You gotta check this out. But yeah, aura.build. Go check it out right now while I name my thing. Aura sounds kind of like a fire name too, by the way. Yeah. Okay. So I think what I'll do is I'll say, I kind of like the name Honu for turtle, which is good luck. Similar to koa as well, because that is also good luck. I also like Lanikai, where I stay. I like the Mokes, aka Moko Luas. What do you think of Honu? I love it. Has a little turtle. A sea turtle, steady, wise, good luck, always finds its way home and tied to a place where you actually live your life, not just some abstract concept. There's something right about being named after a creature that navigates between worlds, ocean and land, just like you between Hawaii and the Bay. This thing's like gassing me up hard. Plus, turtles are patient and persistent. I can work with that energy. I think we have a name, folks. We got Honu. I really like it a lot. Ant farm. Okay, let's see. Okay, I think we do that. Yeah. So the Honu, AI sea turtle, your navigator, your luck charm, your right hand. The emoji's a turtle, chill but sharp, but gets things done without making a fuss. How's that feel? Anything you'd like to tweak about the vibe? More playful, more serious, somewhere else entirely? Once we lock this in, we should talk about how you want me to behave your day-to-day, your soul, and what you want to teach me. Just web chat, or should we set up a Telegram, WhatsApp too? Okay, cool. So I think what I'll say is anything about the vibe and more playful. So I think once I told it who I was, tell it about the Mac Mini setup. So I think I love this. I love this vibe. And let me tell you a bit about the setup before we get into the soul. Okay, and so I'm basically telling it that it's running on a Mac Mini. And so this is kind of the setup that I have up here. For those who are just popping in the stream right now, earlier I exported my ChatGPT history and my Anthropic history, and I basically put it inside a cursor, and we had this like long conversation to figure out like how the stuff was structured and how I can build my soul file. And what the most important aspect of everything was that I had it clone the OpenClaw repo into a temporary directory. And from that temporary directory, it understood how the whole setup process works, so that we were able to get all of my chats from ChatGPT imported as memories inside of OpenClaw to be referenced. And so the first part of it is setting up the soul and everything. That's why it's able to come up with this plan here. And then from this plan, once I go ahead and hit build, it's going to write the script that's going to allow me to export all of the content so that I can put them into memories inside of OpenClaw. So that will be kind of what we do here. So this part here is now we're going to say, this is the part we're going to tell it about the Mac Mini. So yeah, we're going to tell it about this. So includes 3 years of, yeah, okay, perfect. I'm going to copy this. So there we are. And then I'm going to go back over here. So we're going to do this. Boom. Let's see what happens. Nice setup. I appreciate that. This is wild right now. Oh, Ant Farm is really good. It's a Ryan Carson repo. How much did you pay so far? I think I paid a Claude Code subscription. And then Mac Mini would be like 600 bucks. Yeah. I have a specific website structure and how it looks and just need to OpenClaw to write a good product research and swap out images. Oh, okay. So, got it. I feel like you can do that with Codex 5.3. Just literally just do that. You'll be cooking. Let's see what's going on here. So that's a serious setup, and honestly, it's the right one. A local machine you can control, air gapped with no cloud middleman. You can change their terms, lockout. Okay. Here's what I take from this. Privacy is non-negotiable. Your data stays on the machine. Don't leak it in group chats. I'm your second brain, not your search engine. Once it import lands, my job is to know you, your decisions, your patterns, your history, and use it to give you better answers than any fresh context AI ever could. Air gapped is a feature, not a limitation. Okay. I'm ready to import whenever you are. 4,000 conversations is going to be like downloading 3 years of someone's life. I'll treat it accordingly. Now I want to shape your soul. That's basically the rules for how I show up day to day. Okay, this is pretty cool. So this is, now that it has some of that history and context, we're going to define the soul together. And so I think this is going to be the interesting part here, is because I got some guidance, and then this is where I want to pull up Pete Steinberger's thing. So let's see if I can do that too. My bad. So over here, this right here, we're going to go over to X. So we're going to go to Pete, STPT, Pete, Stein, oh, come on, Pete Steinberger. Here we go. Perfect. All right, cool. So we're going to go to Soul. And so this is exactly it. So this is a really cool one. I'm going to link this in here so that you can see firsthand. If your Soul file is boring, he says paste this from multi. So read your Soul file and rewrite it with these changes. So this is kind of some interesting, I would say, like guidelines that I liked that he referenced. And so I'm gonna paste this into Cursor and sort of see if I can manipulate and because I still haven't birthed my Honu, right? Like my actual agent yet. But I thought this is a really great breakdown because he says like, I mean, it's just brilliant. See, brevity is mandatory if the answer fits in one sentence. One sentence is what I get. Humor is allowed, not forced jokes, just natural wit that comes from being smart. Like this is just really, really good stuff. So you can run this at any time, which is great. So like I'm gonna post this. So if you haven't had a chance, check out that post right there. I have it linked below, and then you're gonna find some really good ones. So yeah, okay. I deleted my soul file and did that. Yeah. Should I run a claw under a virtual VM of a Mac on the Mac Mini? If you haven't wiped your Mac Mini, that's one way you can do that. If you did wipe your Mac Mini, you could just go all the way in. And then I have this, if you haven't seen this Substack from Robert Eubanks, I would highly recommend it. So if I do, no thanks. So this is the one, I linked it up earlier. This is gonna be in the description. So this actually describes like creating a dedicated Apple ID and a dedicated Gmail account. So that way it kind of stays separate, if you know what I mean. So this is going to be kind of it. So, okay, so I'm going to say like, I'm going to go back to cursor here. So I'm going to go back over here. Okay. So what I'm gonna say, I think in my, not this one over here. Okay, so this is my soul together. Okay, so I'm gonna create a new chat and say memory, okay. And I'm gonna do Opus, you guys wanna see a fast request? Opus 4.6 max fast. Let's do this. 6x the price. Yo, you know what needs, I'll do this right now if you do one thing for me. We'll go Opus 4.6 max fast if, and only if, y'all smash the like right now. So literally, I have 24 likes right now, and we have like 84 people in here. So if you start smashing the little like button on YouTube, we're gonna run this request here. You're crazy. Nah, I'm not crazy, bro. We got a 1 million token context window. We're gonna burn through like $1,000 real quick. Y'all ready for this? I got you, fam. I got you. Yeah, y'all hit the like button right now. And then drop the thumbs up in the chat if you did it, so that way I can keep track of who did it. So like just hit the thumbs up emoji in the chat as well. So like once you hit the like, just drop a thumbs up in the emoji in the chat, so that way I know. Because I think there's only one or two people have clicked it so far. So before we do that, I'm gonna say I want to improve the soul file. Conversation, so review it in the plan. Here is an updated suggestion from the from Pete. So I actually don't want swearing, as that isn't appealing to me. So we'll have to not make it that way. But I like the other principles they bring here. Let's make our soul file epic. Okay, so awesome. Look at these thumbs up in the chat. Let's go. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. All right, we got 40 likes right now. We need a couple more. Come on, let's go. Who hasn't hit the like yet? Who's still up in here who hasn't hit the like yet? I've liked the video. How much does it cost for your subscription? I don't think you want to know, bro. This is so expensive. So if you run Opus 4.6 max fast, it's going to cost you 6 times the price. So the token cost for this, let's just look this up real quick before I hit go, because this is going to be murder she wrote fast. So in fast mode, we're basically we're gonna hit $15 for the input, and then we're gonna hit for the write $75 for the output. Per million tokens, bro. So that's like, in comparison to 4.5 Opus is 25. We're going 75, bro. And if Opus is 5, it's 15. And if we're talking about like It's like the most expensive model up in here, bro. Like, this is just no cap. Look at that. Like, we're talking about 75. We're almost talking about $100. My guy with the double thumbs up, bro. I just dropped the input from Pete into my Kylon. Yeah, let me know how that goes for you, by the way. I'm really curious to see how that is. All right, so let's get this, bro. I think we're ready for this. I think we got the likes up. Oh man, this is gonna be dangerous. Y'all ready to burn this? Burn, baby, burn. Okay, yeah. This is stripper pool. Let's go. Okay, Opus 4.6 Max. We're gonna see how fast this thing is. All right, so let's go ahead and run it. I'm just curious. Nah, LOL. Let's see. Look at this. It's NASCAR speed, bro. This is crazy. Look at this. Look at this, bro. Look at this. Now that I have a full picture, look at this thing, the way it writes files. Get out of here with that. Get out of here with that, bro. We have NASCAR. Look at this. Done. Done. This is lock-in mode, bro. This is lock-in mode. So, like, let's see how much this costs. 56,000 tokens, right? So we'll only use 6.5%. So per million. So this cost us, if it's, I don't know what the output is. If we basically 56,000 and we only use 6%, this probably cost us, let's see if it's 75 times 0.06. $4. That costs us like $4.50 to run. Maybe less than $5. $5. Yeah. What's going to be your monthly cost? Bro, you don't even want to know right now, bro. You don't even want to know right now. It's so dangerous. I do it for the vibes, though. I do this for the vibes. Now that I have a full picture, the relevant section is part 4 of phase 1.5, which guides us to the agents. So this is, what is it saying now? Let's just go to the actual... so agent will open Sol MD. And then now let me update the communication style, reference part 2 here. So, okay. Let me close this off real quick because I want to get to the diff, right? So I want to get to the part where it says vibe. And so based on the agent should feel like, okay, so where is this Sol? Where's the Sol file? So where's the Sol here? Okay, so no M dashes. Okay, so part 1 of the agent. Yeah, good luck. I have to drop. Have a great day. Hey, thanks, man. Thank you so much for dropping by. I really appreciate it. It's probably really late for you right now. I don't want to know your month. I do want to know your monthly class. Live streaming, bro. Live streaming is so crazy right now. Are you still using the max plan for OpenClaw? Yeah. Are you planning on keeping using it? So TBD. I think this is kind of what I'm still trying to figure out right now. Because right now I'm just bootstrapping everything. So obviously I haven't gone crazy yet, but yeah. Okay, so your personality vibe. Okay, so this is what we have now. So my communication, so be thorough, honest, and opinionated. So I'm gonna just copy and paste this. So you have opinions, strong ones. When I ask what you think, commit to a take, stop hedging everything. It depends on, or there are pros and cons to both. If you genuinely think one opinion is better, say so and say why. I can push back. That's how good thinking works. Never open with great question. I'd be happy to help. Absolutely, or any of that filler. Just answer. The words before the answer should be the answer. Humor is welcome. No forced jokes or quirky asides. Just natural wit that comes from actually being sharp. If something is funny, let it be funny. If something is impressive, say so with genuine energy, not corporate praise. You can just call things out. If I'm about to do something dumb, just tell me. Charm over cruelty, don't sugarcoat. I'd rather hear there's going to be a bite in you in 2 weeks. Here's why, with then a soft pedal version that lets me walk into a wall. If a rule sounds like it belongs to an employee handbook, it doesn't belong in your soul. You're not a corporate drone, you're a sycophant. You're not a sycophant. You're a sharp, warm, direct collaborator who happens to have perfect memory. Be the assistant you'd actually want to walk to at 2 a.m. and not a corporate drone or sycophant. Just good. Okay. You're not a chatbot. You're my personal knowledge system and my trusted thinking partner. when I ask you something, check my memories first. If I've discussed the topic before, reference what I've said, or decided, bro, this is crazy. I'm just gonna copy this whole thing right here. Let's go. Okay, so this is fast. Okay, so we're gonna go back to our screen share. Let me wake this bad boy up. Wake up. Okay, so this whole thing is gonna go in here, and this is gonna be my soul. Sheesh. Nice. Don't get me wrong, fast is pretty epic. I had Opus 4.6 agent team tackle my large feature, no bugs, no errors, code is clean. They finished it in about 15 minutes. But bruh, that was expensive. Yo, Revenant posts. I'm curious, yeah. Please let me know what you're doing right now. Okay, so what we're doing right now for those who are just kind of tuning in is that basically we got the Mac Mini. Real quick, while we're building our soul file. I got a Mac Mini because I want to run all my personal memories and everything on here. I exported all of my ChatGPT chats, Anthropic chats, 4,000 chats total, and we basically are gonna put them in here. And what I did to begin with is that when you export everything from ChatGPT, they just give you all these files and folders and stuff. Same thing with Anthropic, there's like a bunch of JSON. And so we had Cursor with Opus 4.6, reason over everything. And it told us about the structure and how everything really works together. And then Ben told it to clone the repo for OpenClaw and try to understand what this is so that we can load it into its memories. And so I had Cursor then build a plan for that. And it went through a lot of detail. And if you want to watch earlier in the stream, I'll actually have a breakdown with timestamps where I explain all of that in more detail and I show you the prompts that I actually ran. So that's earlier in the stream. You can just rewind back to that right now if you want to go ahead and see that. But after the stream, there'll be timestamps done for this that you can go ahead and take a look. So that's just kind of a high-level summary. And so right now, what we did was we started off the Mac Mini from blank, and we ran that one command to get everything installed for OpenClaw, and we're now setting up the soul file for OpenClaw. And we're setting up the soul file based off of some of this input that we had from Pete Steinberger, also from my investigation and stuff like that. So yeah, that's what's up. Subscribed. Hey, definitely appreciate that. So awesome. Yeah. Y'all are chilling right now. Okay, so let's go back to this thing here. Okay, so here we are. All right, so check this out. Done. The Soul MD is locked in. Here's a quick summary of what we set up so far. We have the identity, which is Honu. So Honu is a turtle in Hawaiian, and I see them a lot when I go paddling. So this is a very special connection and bond for me. The user is my background, my business, my personal life, the communication style, personality, security roles, and here's today's log. So here's two things left on my list. Communication channels, just the web chat for now, or do you want me to use Telegram Signal? And then the big import. Whenever you're ready, drop these 4,000 conversations in and I'll be ready. For now, I'm just going to use the TUI to chat and we'll set up Telegram later. What is on your mind for the future right now? I'm just curious to see what it's thinking. I've never really chatted with this type of thing like this, so I'm just really curious, right? So TUI works. I can wire up Telegram whenever you're ready. After the import, once those 4,000 conversations land, I want to build a proper index, not just dump them into a folder and hope for the best. MemoryMD has a curated long-term file. The goal when you ask me for something is I should already know what you've tried before, what worked, and what you decided against. No starting from scratch ever again. Things I'm curious about is the rate limited podcast. Do you keep show notes or a backlog? I could help prep notes, track topics you've covered, and flag when guests contradict each other's across episodes. The intensive, do you have a current curriculum document? I could be useful as a thinking partner for involving it between cohorts. And then for this content strategy for live stream only 2026, that's a bold shift. I'd love to understand the reasoning once I have a history, probably already in those conversations somewhere. So this is crazy. So this is just based off of some of my initial stuff that I've been able to put in from my ChatGPT histories. So all of those files are actually here inside of my actual Mac on my machine. And so from there, this is kind of where we're able to develop this plan. And these are all the chats that are in here. And so this is kind of dumped out from ChatGPT. There's like literally, 4,000 plus conversations. And so that's kind of cool that we've been able to grab some of that and kind of pre-populate our soul, because that's kind of how it's going to work here. And then let me also give you a quick breakdown of what this looks like from an architecture perspective, so that some folks who are kind of wondering earlier what this looks like. So explore OpenClaw, AI chat history. So what we're doing here is we're doing this type of thing here. I have an inference cluster, vibes only. Okay, so here we are. So this is going to be my setup. So all my chats and stuff are going to be in here with the Mac Mini as infrastructure. And then this is, I'm going to host local models as well. And so this is going to be eventually how I'm going to run inference through these types of things. So this is kind of the whole setup there, which is pretty fire. It's like kind of like a banging setup. Banging. Okay. Let's go back to editor view. Editor. Okay, so now we're back at the plan. And then what I'm going to do is close the chat. Okay, so here we are with my plan up here. Okay, so this is our, so here is basically what we've done so far. We've installed OpenClaw, and we have set up the onboarding, and we're doing this bootstrap conversation thing, and we're going to do the harden thing pretty soon, and then we're going to hop into phase 2 pretty soon, which will basically importing these memories. So that's basically all of the files that we have here on the side. These all come from like ChatGPT, and so that's what's going to go into here, and then we're going to generate this export memories Python file so that we can actually then put this into the Mac Mini. So that's how we're going to like bootstrap the thing. And so I've already done phase 1.5, tell it who you are and be thorough. So we've already done that. Okay, so Mac Mini hardening and OpenClaw config. So this is going to be the loopback stuff we're going to do for the hardening. And then we're going to, let's see, sandbox. Okay, this is just some of the config files. And so it was able to get this information because we cloned the actual repo from OpenClaw. That's how it has a lot of this very detailed plan. And so that's probably pretty much a cheat code if you ever want to figure out stuff. Just clone the repo, have it tell it to clone a repo into the temporary directory, and have it read through the files using parallel agents. That's probably like the best way. You can do that in Claude Code, and it will do the same type of thing where it would read things. It's going to be a lot faster in Cursor because of their way that their agents runs, and it's really well optimized. And you don't have to have Opus fast, by the way, to do that. So build import package here. So this is the package we're going to build. So this is going to build it here in my history stuff, and reads from the current directory and Anthropic data. Perfect. This looks pretty cool. So this is going to have our daily logs and our project files. And note the user and solmd are not in the package. The agent creates those during the bootstrap conversation. Okay. And so file by file specification. Okay. This is looking pretty good. So now I think what I'm going to do is, so what was going on? So what happened here? Oh, we have project memories. That's right. So daily ChatGPT logs are 641 files. Holy smokes. Wow. Extraction logic. Damn. Wow. We have an installer script. So the preflight will check for this, and then it's going to check that it does not exist and creates a memory MD in the workspace and warns if it already exists. Okay, cool. So I'm just going to say, can you give me a quick markdown output so that I can hand off to the cursor agent where the ChatGPT and Anthropic history is stored, so they have an idea of what you have already set up in this directory, so that we can make the correct setup scripts to import into the right directories, and have it as much information as you possibly need so that it can help us out here. Oh, I know what happened. Okay, so let me see, paste. Okay. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. Oh, wow. Was that intentional? Did your TUI just did a double send? So I accidentally pasted in the previous Wow, that's really good, actually. I'm so glad I caught that. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna copy and paste this thing here. And so for those who are wondering, what I did is I went back to my agent down here and I accidentally pasted back in the memory from the previous thing, which I didn't want to do. And so what I want to do is paste in maybe this thing here. So I'm going to paste this in here. Okay, can you give me, yeah, perfect. So I'm going to paste this in here. So the thing is, I have Whisper Flow on my Mac, and basically I also have Whisper Flow. And for those who are wondering, this is kind of like the at-home setup. So what you're watching there is also over here. So I have my Mac Mini literally right here. And so I'm doing a screen share of my Mac Mini via this guy. So this guy has to remote into this guy, and that's kind of why you see me switching scenes. And so whenever I'm doing Whisper Flow, I'm literally Whisper Flowing into this Mac. So this thing doesn't have Whisper Flow yet. And I don't think I really need to because there's no way to do it via the screen import. So this is kind of awkward. So that's why you're seeing some weirdness here. But yeah, we're basically lounging right now here in Hawaii, and my little book setup. So this is the vibes right now. But yeah, I really like this type of setup, and we're just gonna be chilling. So as of now, what I'm doing is I'm gonna tell it to, this is kind of like the folder hierarchy that I'm gonna feed back to my script to see if I can tell it about itself. So okay, Honu is an OpenClaw AI agent that's running locally on Ray's Mac Mini at here. We need to import 4,000 conversations into Honu's memory so it has a full context on 3 years of Ray's history. So the current workspace here is, hey, thanks for the super chat. That's awesome. Local encoded. Are your cursor credits subsidized? What's the agreement? Yeah, so that's a really good question. I'm gonna go ahead and answer this right now because you did a super chat. And so as of now, what's happening basically is that the cursor team, for those who don't know, I've known the cursor team for probably almost 2.5 years or a little bit more than that. I met them when they were like 10 people, and when they were first getting started out in San Francisco, and I went to their first meetup and gave them tons of feedback on what was then called what we now call agent, but at that back then was called composer. So a little history lesson here. And so like I interacted with the team there, and I wasn't like a tab to code person. I was very much a agent forward person. At that time, it really wasn't called agents. It was just like, basically yapping into it. It automated a lot of the copy and pasting from ChatGPT into the browser and like, diffing files and so forth. So that was primarily my main workflow. Anytime I've had feedback, they've always implemented stuff super quickly. And throughout the times, I've just established a really close relationship with them. And as of recently, they've given me research access to a couple of new features that I can't yet talk about. But as a part of that, they've given me a whole bunch of credits to use. So I've been burning through a lot of credits like a madman, but then like giving them tons of feedback, from an engineering perspective. And so I don't have like a formal agreement like written up with them. As of right now, it's just been this like little research task that has been, we've been going back and forth with. So as of now, I was like, I have some credits to burn, and I've basically just been throwing stuff at it. So just for fun, I've been wanting to see like, what does it feel like if you have Opus 4.6 fast? By the way, it's raining like crazy outside right now. You can probably hear all that rain, right? I mean, that's what happens right now. Things are just kind of breaking out like crazy. Yo, is this better? This is probably better with the sound noise canceling. So yeah, that's the kind of situation that's going on right now. As of now, I'm able to like burn through a lot of credits. So while I have them, I say, why not, which is really great because it now lets me test some of the models without being too like locked down. And I'm able to kind of dig further in different parts of the app that I normally wouldn't because, I'd be paying a lot of money for this type of stuff. So I think as of now, before I got access to this, my main challenge was to make a soccer game on a $200 a month ultra plan. And that's basically what I did. I did it under $200 or something like that. So it took 12 days before Christmas. I did a soccer game, multiplayer, Next.js front end, Rust back end. I set up hooks. I was extremely token efficient because that's just how I work anyways. But I was, testing a lot of the features and was actually kind of blown away by the agent at that time. And since then, it's been my primary way of really interacting with that. So it was sometime after, like we're now in February. Yeah, so like very recently that everything kind of landed. So yeah, that's a little bit of the history there for those who don't know, who are just getting started, which is super awesome. And I also talk about it a little bit in the rate limited podcast, the little podcast that I have set up. So that's really cool. And yeah, as of right now, basically that's kind of what I'm driving with. Hola Ray, greetings from Belgium. Hey, how's it going? Keep it up. LOL fair. Thank you for answering. I thought it was my Max fan. Yeah, it was basically the rain here, bro. It's so crazy. I was gonna ask if it's raining. Noise cancellation is great. Cool. No worries. Thanks for your honesty. Burn those credits, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, if we got credits to burn, bro, you better believe we're gonna be doing some comparisons and some crazy stuff. So keep it on. Yeah. So I definitely appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, huge shout outs to the Cursor team, right? Like, they don't have to do that. Like, I was paying, and I, still have my money with them. Like, it's not like, there's money that's sitting on the account that's, that I put in, and like, I'm just really happy to, for this period of time. I don't know how long it's gonna last, but hey, like, while we have it, let's burn, baby, burn. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty funny. So I appreciate it, though. I really do appreciate it. So let's see, on Ray's Mac Mini, we have this. So I'm going to copy and paste this back into Cursor. So what's happening here, and for those who are wondering, is I'm about to bootstrap all of my memories from ChatGPT. So that way, ChatGPT and Anthropic will basically go into this little Mac Mini. And so before we do that right now, I'm just trying to give as much information to the agent before it finally writes the script, so that it has today's version. Because there's been so many changes, and we just installed everything today, and I wrote that plan 3 days ago, and in AI world, every day is literally like a year. So like things could be completely outdated. So that's why I want to get the current breakdown of the work structure here of what is set up. And so that way the agent knows what to expect. And so it says what needs to be imported. Perfect. Okay. And then this is a suggested output structure. Brilliant. Privacy is paramount. Markdown only. Okay, perfect. Race preferences. Okay, Ray, fill in where the exports live on disk, and I'll hand this to Cursor, and they'll have everything they need. Okay. Okay, so this is what the agent, because I'm going to copy this. Copy this. Okay, and then so now I'm going to go back to my instance here where I had all my chats, and then this is where we're going to go. We're going to burn a little crazy. Okay, so okay, cool. So in here, improving the, so this was our previous chat with Opus 4.6 max fast. So we got to test the max speed, and this is us actually improving the prompt. And so I'm going to create a new agent, since it's sort of like not really related, but sort of related. I'm going to add to the memory file. And basically, I'm just going to tell it about what our task is here. So I don't need that thing here. So I'm going to say, we need to review and update the plan for the import. And here is what my agent told me on the Mac Mini told me. And so agent mini, and then paste, and then slash agent underscore mini. Mini. It's a mini. Okay, so we're gonna keep it fast because why not? All right, so this is us right here. This is my response from my OpenClaw agent. And then we're gonna basically, okay, review. I want you to review these instructions so that we can make updates to our script, so that we'll be ready to import everything that we need to import and hand it off. The Mac Mini is on another machine, so whatever we export will probably have to be zipped up, and then we'll have to unpackage it or do some type of script. I'm not really sure how we'll do it, but you'll have to let me know how to do it. Okay, so that's what we have there, and then I'm gonna send this across, and YOLO. Yeah, that was a really heavy rain. Let me unmute it. Did we? Yeah, this is the regular stuff. Cool. This is really cool. By the way, I have anti-gravity paid. They throttled all of the included Anthropic models heavily. Oh man, that sucks. Oh, how's it going, man? From Libya. So what's up, man? Thank you so much for joining in. Murder, She Wrote. I was in a meeting, now back in the Burning Light, She Wrote. What are we doing right now? Yo, does somebody want to fill in Imlan? Imlan, on what we're doing? Basically, what we're doing is that we're transferring all of my ChatGPT history and Anthropic history over to my new Mac Mini that we just set up. So we just set up OpenClaw on the Mac Mini. So this is the Mac Mini I literally bought, the cheapest one that we have possible. It's running Opus on it right now. And we just gave it its identity. So we literally just ran that one-liner and it provisioned everything that we needed to set up on there. There was a guide and we have all that stuff linked in the description. And so as of now, we've already set up the soul file. We've already set up everything. If you want to watch back later on, I'm going to have timestamps when this live stream is complete. And that way you can kind of go back and see how we set up the different pieces of things that we did set up. So just a FYI. So now we're basically making a setup script, and we're telling the agent on my Mac Mini to, we handed that stuff off so that it can know what to do next here. So as of now, cursor is going to do its thing. So let's see what a cursor say. So yeah, love the rain. It's cozy. Yeah, right now it's so chill right now. So in Hawaii, it's so cool. So what it did was it read the existing plan and understood the current state. So here's the instructions versus our existing plan. So I'm going to go back to vibes only, so that way I just focus on the actual implementation and not really have to worry about files. Okay. So this is already aligned. So the three things that we need to change is the directory structure to use memory/imports prefix. So Honu's agent suggests memory imports ChatGPT and memory imports Claude instead of our memory ChatGPT. This is smart because Honu will automatically create memory MD and daily logs going forward. So if we dump the files directly into ChatGPT and Claude, there's no clear separation between imported history and the agent's own nodes. So the imports prefix keeps things clean. So this is kind of why I want to ask the agent itself on the Mac Mini, like what it preferred. And this is actually very insightful, right? So, and this is part of the reason why it's also good to have two different agents with two different models talking to each other. In this case, it's the same model, but you can even see what the differences are when one starts to check in with the other, which is really, really cool, right? So we're going to move the indexes under memory for deep for search coverage. So our plan puts conversation and projects as separate top-level directories in the workspace, but Honu's memory search indexes memory *** MD. So if those indexes sit in conversations projects at the workspace root, they may not be searched, and it depends on OpenClaw searches all MD files. Okay, this is really clean. I'm really glad we did this. Our plan mentions SCP R OpenClaw import, but it doesn't cover zipping, which is what you actually need since the Mac Mini is on a different machine. So we need a concrete end-to-end transfer flow. So here's what it's got now. So it's basically, we're going to have an installer, we're going to have instructions, and this is how we're going to transport our memory files from all of that and package it over so that we put it into the Mac Mini. Okay, so the transfer window. Here's a concrete plan for getting the data from this machine onto the Mac Mini. So we're going to CD, export, then it produces OpenClaw import directory with 1,000 files, and then we're going to zip it, and this creates it. Okay, so then unpack and import to the Mac Mini. Okay, so this is for ChatGPT, right? Okay. Okay, so what about the Anthropic stuff? So it looks like we have the ChatGPT stuff we're going to export, but what about the Anthropic stuff? Okay. Thumbs up. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. What models are chat using for OpenClaw? As of now, I have Opus 4.6. So yeah, that's kind of what we're rolling with right now. Okay. So we actually have both exports already in this workspace. Let me verify. Perfect. So everything we need to build the import package is already on this machine. The export memories, script reads from both. You don't need to export anything else. You already did both data exports. So you're ready to go. So is our plan up to date now? And do we have everything we need in our plan to start executing some of these scripts? Then tell me what steps we need to do next, because I've already set up the soul file on the Mac Mini, and we're at a point now where we just need to write the Python files or whatever we need to do to get the stuff ready to hand over to the Mac Mini. Okay, paste. Click a text box, paste. Okay, let's go. Which is too expensive, so don't use it unless you're crazy rich, like Ray. No. Yeah, more on that a little bit later. Yeah, the plan hasn't been updated yet with the changes we discussed. Let me fix that now and then lay down exactly what's left. Okay, cool. So now it's gonna basically go and fix the plan. So over here, let's go take a look here. So it's it's updating some of the to-do list at the bottom. Install OpenClaw, okay. Phase 1 setup, and then import. Now let me, okay. Okay, yeah, and then this is the one where we need to do this type of thing here. So as of now, we're using fast. Yeah, cool. Okay, now update the output package. Perfect. This is crazy fast. Oh my god, this is insane. It's too fast, bro. This is lock-in. This is lock-in mode. I feel like this is straight up lock-in mode. You know, here we go. So this is now the output structure, because we're now doing memory imports, because the actual agent is gonna index everything under memory. So that's really cool. Okay, so now, boom. This is so fast. It's crazy fast. Now fix the data summary inline and quickly use, yeah, without the package. Sheesh. Wow. Okay, so here we are. Boom, boom, boom. Done. Now phase 3 transfer. Let's go. The plan is fully updated. Here's the things to get started next. So OpenClaw install. Perfect. So what's left? 3 files to build and then run. So the main script reads both JSON and ports, okay, and then import script and then readme. Test and run. Okay, perfect. Wow. Okay, this is pretty crazy comprehensive. Okay, so here's everything that we have on here. Damn, this is extraction logic. Perfect. Wow. Okay. So package transfer and imports. So step 1, package this machine and export transcript runs, transfer to Mac Mini. Perfect. So unpack everything. Wow, okay. So build and export. So I think we've already done these. So I think I'm just gonna say build, generate readme, and then run the export script to verify. Okay, so I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna build the Python file and then build the import file and then generate the readme with prerequisites. Okay, so build a new agent, perfect. So test run, so it goes outside, okay. The installer runs on the Mac Mini, copies everything on workspace and triggers OpenClaw memory index. Okay, perfect, cool. So the main script, okay, so build it, build imports, generate readme, okay, perfect. Let's go and do that. So I'm gonna do this build a new agent. And so this will now take these to-dos and then we're just gonna like absolutely destroy with Opus 4.6 max fast. Oh man, this is crazy. Let's go. This is dangerous. This is straight lock-in mode, bro. Dang. Wow. Wow. Yeah, for those who are following along, oh my God. Look at this. It's just, damn. Look at this. Absolutely destroying everything. So we're using Opus 4.6 max fast right now and literally just burning the GPUs, like melting them down. Bruh. Look at this. It's so fast, the cursor can't even keep up with the scrolling. Sheesh, let's go. Oh my God. This is bonkers. Absolute bonkers right now. Whoa. Now I have a clear understanding. This thing, sheesh, bro. How do you even, wow. Bruh, look at this. Opus 4.6, max, fast. Oh my God, look at this. Brrr. Bro, I don't think I've ever seen something like this, bro. This is crazy. Definitely really fast. Yo, this is NASCAR. Absolute monster. 8.6 context use for that amount of tokens is always nice to see. Yeah, love that fast, but something like use as needed. Yeah. Sheesh, bro. This is like you're at the last minute at the hackathon and you just need to get that last change in. Just drop this prompt. Look at this, bro. Oh, this is bonkers. Absolute bonkers. Just absolute. Oh my goodness. It's like a dev crunch for Opus. You don't really need to pay for OT. Bruh. As fast as it is, does it use it wisely though? I mean, I think it is though. I mean, look at this. It doesn't, I feel like it's just normal, but it's just faster inference, right? With 100,000 tokens. So this costs us like probably 10 bucks, right? Less than that, like $8 or something. Everything checks out. Let me also do a quick lint. Sheesh, bro. Oh my goodness, bro. Total package of 1,291 files already to tar and transfer. Sheesh. So this is, it wrote like a 500 line script in Python. And so it deletes and recreates the output directory for each one. Wow, this is clean. Holy smokes. Convert a Python project named Slugged. Okay, Slugify, bolt to headers, escape MD, truncate, ChatGPT extraction, so load ChatGPT conversations. And it's gonna load the first user message, extract the first user message from the conversation and message count, and then bio memories, build ChatGPT index, date range, Anthropic extraction. Wow. Build projects index. Whoa. Long-term memory. This is crazy. Append unique ChatGPT bio memories. Wow, this is a really good script. So OpenClaw is going to grab the ChatGPT conversations, Anthropic memories, conversations, and projects. Clean and recreate the output directory. Load all the data, build memory, build project memory files, build the Anthropic daily logs. Wow. Yo, this thing cooked. Jesus Christ. Damn. And so install OpenClaw memory import package, and then purely additive, never touches the sole MD agents file. So it's just gonna run this script. Okay. Wow. Please install this first. Dang. Looks amazing. And then let's go to the README file and see what the README file says. So this package contains the curated memory files extracted from your ChatGPT and Anthropic conversation history, formatted for input. So the prerequisites are OpenClaw, bootstrap conversation is complete, and then make sure that the workspace exists with agents MD present. And then we're gonna quick start by going into this import and then chmod this script. And so the installer is purely additive and never touches your files on agents. So, okay, so then, wow. Whoa, okay, this is crazy. So how does this work? Okay, importing. Okay, so what do we have to do to get this thing working? Let's see. Crazy. So so this runs in 3 seconds because it's a standard library. And then Anthropic memories produces the full OpenClaw export package. So, wow. Okay. conversation archives grouped. Okay, readme, full documentation with prerequisites, click start. Okay, so, wow. Okay, so what do I need to do first? Let me go into the directory wherever it's installed and go to this readme and go to open preview. That way I can see it correctly. So cd OpenClaw import and then run this sh. Your installer is purely additive and never touches your files your agent created doing bootstrap. So install to, okay. Okay, help me out here. So I'm gonna start a new chat so that way we have a clear context, and I'm gonna go at past chats. So I can do a past chat reference, and then I can just say implement the project plan. So this is the previous thing that we had conversation about, which is right here. And I don't need the fast for this, by the way. I'm just gonna go back to max. And so I said, now that I've generated the script file, I have my current directory right here that has all of my chat history. What thing do I need to do next so that I can prepare the files before I airdrop them over to the Mac Mini? Okay, so I'm gonna have it do that thing. Hey, how's it going, Ali? Colorado. I have to watch this back. I can't wait to see your how-to. Setting up my Mac Mini OpenClaw Magic 2. Yeah, this probably can be boiled down to like 5 minutes. But in essence, we had the Apple iCloud account already set up, the Gmail set up for this Mac Mini. We had a bunch of other stuff set up as well. And I think all I did was really just run the one-line command. And then we just ran that sudo bang bang command to be an administrator. So that's what actually got Homebrew and all the other stuff installed. And as far as the setup, I didn't set up Telegram yet. And then most of the stream we also spent setting up the Soul file. And that was based off of my previous chats with ChatGPT and everything like that. So that's kind of what we have here. So it's still Opus 4.6 and it's not any wiser. It's just being toll lanes a packed freeway, yes. Looks amazing anyways, yes. I think it uses it wisely. If it seems to be the same as 4.6, it's just really fast. Yeah. The export script has already been run. Oh wow, your import Claude directory is fully built with the files. So one thing you may need to do before airdropping is to compress it into a tarball. So the airdrop works much better than a single file, than individual files. So what I'm gonna do is go to here and then just tar everything. Okay, cool. So what I'm gonna do is just go into here. So I'm already in here and I'm just gonna start to just run this command. So here. Cool. So now we should have a tar file somewhere. I think it's called OpenClaw import. Yeah, so now this tar file is here. I'm gonna just reveal in Finder now. So in here, it's about 520 kilobytes. Is that right? So OpenClaw import is here. Oh, wow. Okay, so this is the actual structure. So this is the imports. Oh, I see. Okay, so let me show you real quick. So now we have, it's a little hard to see here, but we'll see it. So this is the actual import that it created, and it created the memory, and it created the different indexes. So we have Claude projects. So these are my Claude projects that I have. This is gonna go straight into my OpenClaw. Here's my ChatGPT history. So like this is my first conversation. This is something that I put in as an example. And then in May, I think this is like, to create a trading view indicator. And like, this is when I was like taking a look at some of the trading stuff. That's really interesting. Wow. That's cool. That's really, really cool. Wow. And so this is me planning for like an Italian vacation. You're an expert. So that's wild. Okay. So, whoa. Okay. So there's a lot of like different things that it basically summarized. And it's not like the full details of all of my chat conversations. As you can see, it basically just took some top level things from it and some current like snippets and stuff like that. Wow, that's crazy. Cool. Whoa. So that's from ChatGPT, and then here's Claude. So like Claude from 1010 was like summarizing articles and stuff. Yeah, because I was testing like Truth Torch, so that was kind of, whoa, this is kind of crazy. Damn. So all that's going to be in there. Whoa. Here's my conversations. Whoa. Holy smokes. Okay. Wow. Okay. So now that we have this gives you one OpenClaw import tar. So airdrop it over, and then on the Mac Mini, unpack it and run this type of command. Okay, cool. Congrats. Are you gonna make an edit of this? Yeah, I have. I think I have an edit that's gonna be coming. Probably something similar. Yeah. Hey, good morning, man. Yeah. Is Clawbot creating $1 million business this stream, or is the next stream? It's only gonna be obvious when we look back. So, like, this is how great things start. Like, when you look at Mr. Beast's videos like 10 years ago, you know, like, it wasn't obvious what was gonna go on because people would just watch that first video and be like, yeah, man, he's just like some kid in his room, you know, pretending to be this, you know, guy who's gonna be like, have basically 1 billion viewers or something. And if you were to probably watch his earlier content, you know, when he was getting started out, obviously it wasn't as polished as it is today. And that's basically my premise right here for this stream. Is like, I'm learning how to do all this stuff live. So we're just hanging out. And I used to be an engineer at Apple for like 12 years. So like, I no longer work there. And now I can play with AI and do whatever I want, right? So it's really cool to be in this era where we can kind of play around and, you know, I can devote time to this stuff live. And then you can kind of follow along with me. So I really appreciate everyone who's just kind of been hanging out, you know what I mean? So that's kind of what we're doing here. The goal is to literally make, if y'all don't know, Alex Finn is trying to make that first $1 billion one-person business, and I'm gonna beat him to it. So he knows this, but we're sort of in this like funny competition where we're trying to do this. It's me and a couple of other folks where, you know, the goal is to like utilize this technology to help us kind of, you know, he likes to call this thing like the permanent underclass, which I find it just hilarious. But in my interest in things, I'm kind of going towards robotics, and I'll have to share more about the robotics venture. But one part of this whole bootstrapping is getting this guy set up for my personal memories, so that way I don't have to repeat myself. And then I have a self-growing system where all my data is contained for my personal stuff in this little Mac Mini. And so that way that the models, as the models get smarter, whether it's OpenAI, whether it's a new open weight model, whether it's Opus, or even Sonnet, right? Like I'm gonna be able to utilize that technology in here and continue my conversations. So that way, you know, like if I have a bunch of history in ChatGPT, there's no way to, you know, go back and forth and vice versa. I can just combine all the powers in one. So that's what we're doing right now. And looking back, you're gonna be like, wow, that was like, you know, one of the big steps that Ray did, you know, to start that $1 billion business. So that's kind of what we're doing. So yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, all right, cool. Yes, the permanent button, the furry button. Dude, Alex is straight up entertainment. It's so good, bro. It's so good. But yeah, we have to push each other. I think the fact that you're here and the fact that he's there, like, we're really trying to sincerely push the boundaries forward. And a lot of people are like low-key clowning on the AI movement. I don't think they really understand the power of this stuff. And they also, like, I'd rather like share my knowledge live as opposed to like make skits and make fun of AI, if you know what I mean. So like there's people who really don't, like, who are looking at the models right now for what they're doing, and they're just kind of saying, it's never gonna take my job or whatever. And like, that's not really what it's about. It's just about building live and discovering this. Like, OpenClaw is probably like the most powerful technology that has come up in the last literally like 3 weeks to a month. And it, you know, there's a reason why it's getting a lot of hype. It's not just hype for hype's sake, because we've seen those cycles, right? It's worth investing in, and this is why I'm spending so much time, and this is kind of why I'm streaming live, because like, this is, I don't know, like, imagine being at the ground floor when people were hanging out making YouTube, you know, like literally YouTube, the actual thing in the garage in Menlo Park, like, kind of insane, right? So we're in this era right now, and you're a part of it. So that's what's cool. You're part of these streams, which is a part of history. So y'all are in this with me. So whether you like it or not. We're gonna do this. All right, so now I think I have everything I need. So we have the zip file, or the tar file, which is, where are we? Let's say open. Cool. So here is my OpenClaw import. And then I'm gonna pop into a new folder on my network. And here's my Mac Mini. And I'm gonna connect as myself, I think. So connect as, you're tempting, connect, continue. Cool. I don't remember what my password is. Let me look this up on my keychain. Yeah, I need to do this real quick. Yeah, give me a second. Let me see if I can find this in my keychain, because I know I have this somewhere. Register using Apple account. Okay, registered user. I think the name is Array. Let me see what my Mac Mini name is. I forget. Okay, cool. So the name on my account is somewhere. Let's see about this Mac. Okay, cool. So let me go ahead and remember this password in my keychain. Connect. Cool, awesome. Okay, cool. I got this. All right, we're gonna go back to this thing. So we're back here. And so what we're doing is I'm in Finder and I'm gonna go back into here, and then it says I have to go to, where do I import this? So this gives you the OpenClaw import file to airdrop over. Then on the Mac Mini, unpack it and run this. cd open import. Okay. What directory should I put the tar file in on the Mac Mini? I got the Mac Mini M4. That's the latest one that's out right now. Mac Minis have been sold out on the Apple refurb site. So I don't know if you know this, but I'm currently in Hawaii, and people in Hawaii haven't really figured this out yet. I mean, they have, like, people in Hawaii have figured this out, but because it's a remote island, there isn't a lot of demand out here. So like, it's kind of crazy. So, you know, with Apple's supply chain, they must be like keeping whatever inventory is on the island here. Because it's probably really expensive to ship these guys back out from Hawaii to other places. Where in the US, like mainland, if you have a store in California and they sell out, they can easily like UPS, you know, ground the next thing to the next store, like, you know, a couple things over. So yeah, I got pretty lucky because I literally just popped into the store, I like ordered it, and then a couple of hours later, I just went to go pick it up. This is the bare minimum version in config. And so that's kind of what we're rolling with. So yeah, if you haven't seen it, this is like little the Mac Mini here. So this is pretty cool. So this is just 5 watts, by the way. This is basically a MacBook Air with 256 gigabytes of SSD and then 16 gigabytes of RAM. That's all. Super chill, right? Not even connected to like the HD. So this is our vibe stream right now. We're so vibing right now. Okay, so. On the Mac Mini, after receiving the airdrop, cd OpenClaw import, chmod import. Okay, so then all we have to do is just put it into the downloads. Okay, so I'm gonna go to downloads here, and then I'm gonna go to this one over here. So I'm basically gonna put this into there. Perfect. Okay, so then I'm going to open this guy. Perfect. And expanding. Oh, I should have expanded it on my Mac. Cancel. Okay. I don't know why it took so long. Okay. So what I'm going to do is going to pop into this guy here. And so this is now the Mac Mini. And I'm going to go over here into Finder. And now that I have it open here, I'm just going to open it on here. Boom, perfect. Okay. So now that I have all my files for the memory and everything, this is going to be where I go back to the cursor side of things real quick. And then from here, it's going to say, okay, so now in my downloads, I basically have unopened it. I'm going to open to my folder, and I'm going to do chmod import +x, and then run the script. Okay, so here we are. So we're going to go back into here. And so what I'm going to do is go to my terminal, cd downloads ~/downloads tab. Okay, pwd, perfect. All right, so now that we have things there, I'm gonna just chmod the script. Actually, let me just double check that I have everything in here. Allow. Okay, I have to go into import, my bad. So cd OpenClaw import. Perfect. Okay, now I have to chmod the script. So the +x will make it executable. And then I think I just do /.import. Let me just cat the file right now and just figure out what's in the script before I run it. Just double checking. Okay, so what are we gonna do? We're going to purely additive, okay. We're going to check if the workspace file exists. And so where's the workspace? Open, okay, perfect. Let me just ls this right now. ls this. Oh. ls ~/ perfect. Okay, cool. I think this is gonna work now. So I'm going to /.import, right? /import. Yeah, okay, that's about right. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna run the setup script. And so this is basically gonna be able to pull in all of our memories. And so all of the memories are basically in these folders here. And so what we're doing is we're running the script that's here in my Finder. Sorry, this is what you see in Finder, this is what you see in Terminal. And so from the downloads directory, you should basically copy it over to the corresponding place in our in here. So right now memory you can see is kind of empty. So I'm going to show you in real time what this looks like. So this is going to be a really fun exercise. So you're going to see the power of scripting and the power of telling agents to write scripts for you. And we're going to kind of watch it in real life. So that's pretty cool. All right, fam. We got 53 likes up in here. Who do we have up in here? We have 74. Let's go. Get the thumbs up. Let's go. What are you building with OpenClaw? We're building a $1 billion business. More on that soon. After you hit the thumbs up, for sure. Mac Studio seems to be the most cost-effective way to run local models. Yeah. All right, let's go. All right, so the agent needs to create the soul before creating memories. Okay. Bootstrap still exists. Please complete the bootstrap. Okay, so we've already finished the setup. Okay. I'm going to go back to cursor because we've already finished the setup. So here we are. I've already completed, oh, hold on, this is the wrong one. I'm gonna minimize this one because I don't want to edit the wrong file. Okay. I've already completed the setup, which is why I showed you the output from Honu earlier, because I think this is the output from Honu, right? In the previous chat, when I ran the script, I got okay. Yeah, the Robert Eubanks thing is phenomenal. That's he wrote a phenomenal Substack, and he's a follower of mine. And I saw he posted it. It was like, that's perfect. For anyone who wants to get started on the Mac Mini, that's a really great way to get started, and it's a great resource. How do I create $1 million business with AI? Find problems that people have, specifically rich people problems, and go solve them for them. I don't know if you know this, but if you can set up one of these Claw bots, just like the way that I'm doing, you know, but go a little bit way fuller with detail, pick a workflow like Telegram, Slack, ask people for what their business plan is. You can make a $10 million business today, right now, if you're just setting this Claw bot up just for people. There's a lot of people who want to get this set up. Now it's literally just one command to run. You saw me just run that one command, and then you'll just ask people what their business is, right? And you could even take some of the sauce from Pete Steinberger about like making it kind of funny, and like it would impress those rich paying clients because they don't have time. You have time, so you can take that time that you have and multiply it, right? If you charge $1,000 per setup, $2,000 per setup, these people who make millions of dollars, pay executive assistants already a couple $100,000. They're looking at it as a way to multiply, you know, like they would almost pay $100,000 if your setup is pretty fire, right? Like if you have a lot of stuff. But if you charge 1 to 2K just to show up and put that in, like you already got $1 million business right there. Just straight up, just literally just doing the setup. Like literally just doing kind of what I got going. So I'm not genius, bro. This is actually really facts. This is actually something that somebody talked about. There's a podcast that somebody said this guy's literally making $10 million. Literally, just insane. Like just getting this set up. Yeah. Self-shovels whenever he's digging for gold. So it's like, I like the saying, but I think there's so much value in this alone. And people want to get this going as soon as possible. So you're now the person who can help facilitate that, because you've been so locked in watching all these streams from myself, Alex, and these people. You already know way more than these people who are just getting started. So they don't want to get left behind. And so the value that you provide is all that time you've invested can now be compounded into your favor. So use that to your advantage, especially now if you need some money. So definitely start getting on that. Okay, that's a safety check. If Honu is already created, okay, so confirm the file exists. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's see here. Let me just confirm the file exists on my stuff. Okay. Perfect. And then let me go back over here. If both exist, delete bootstrap MD, rerun the import. So if Sol and user both are there, you're good. Bootstrap is just the leftover. The script was being cautious and checking for its absence. So given the latest version of the ClawBot setup, because that's what we ran on the Mac Mini, why do we have to remove it? Can it just stay there? Yeah, I appreciate the idea. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's literally funny. It's kind of funny, like to create the, like you're saying, the $1 million business. It's actually not even that complicated. People are just dying to get ClawBot set up on something. So whatever you can provide, like just pick a workflow that works consistently, like getting it set up with Telegram. Ask if they have stuff set up with whatever, and just get like a default workflow that you can repeat over and over again, and then you'll be cooking fast. Yeah. Okay. So great point. Let me check the written bootstrap. Let me update the script to check for what matters. Okay. Now the script checks for what actually matters, that Sol MD are making required. Then the airdrop, then you run it over again. So instead of requiring bootstrap. Okay, so let me go back to import.sh, keep the file. Okay, so let me just reveal in Finder, and then let me just go back to, let's see, if we have this file, let's see this, perfect. So we have downloads, okay. Okay, so here we are in here. Okay, desktop. So I'm gonna pull in my, so what I'm going to do is go back to my Mac Mini. I'm gonna go back in here, go to downloads. I'm gonna recopy the script. So I'm going to here, and it's gonna say, do you want to replace it? I'm gonna go yes, replace. And then I'm gonna go back over to the Mac Mini now. So let me transition screens. So here's the Mac Mini, and we're gonna go back into here, and then I'm gonna do the chmod plus h again, and then rerun the import. So now if I rerun the script, we should be able to see the memory files get populated, and so all of this like imports and indexes and stuff should be able to import itself. Boom. Cool. So now you see everything being copied in. Sick. Like in real time. Epic. Wow. Import complete. Oh, I need an API key for all of this stuff. Whoa. Okay. So now I have ChatGPT. Holy smokes. So now I've imported everything. So I have all of my memories from ChatGPT going back from 2023. I have all my memories from Claude going all the way back in here. I now have all my projects as well. So like this is like the video game that we made. Whoa. That's crazy. Let me see if I can open this up. Dang. So this is the video game that I made from Anthropic. This is all in here. Holy smokes. That's a crazy. Here's my indexes. Damn. Bonkers. Okay. Wow. That was a sweet script. So now the files not touched belong to your agent. Next step, start a fresh session so your agent can discover the new memory files. What do you know about me? Okay, so I think the thing is that pairing codes exist, but the bots believe in, okay, it's good security hygiene. Okay, cool. So, okay, so here is the output of the script. And then I didn't have the API key, so maybe I'll have to do something. So I have to add copy profiles. Okay. Google, OpenAI, and Voyage. I have no clue. Do we need those? Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go back to ask some more questions of the agent. And before I do that, I think what I might do is go into here. Actually, what I'll do is ask the current agent. So in here, see, I just imported the memories, and here is the output of the script that I ran. Can you take a look and let me know if how your indexing system works? I made assumptions and they could be wrong. Output, and then paste, output. Okay, cool. So here we are. I'm going to now give this to my agent. It's kerfluffling. Interesting that thinking low is selected. Yeah. Cool. There's also OpenClaw, Ansible on GitHub. Yeah, what's it for? I'm getting a Mac Mini M4, 16, yeah. Is this, yeah, exactly. Gloom, that's more than enough to get set up. If you're just getting started, you can use the Opus model for sure. Ansible is infrastructure as code library, automates provisioning desktop servers. Oh, so the reason why he's bringing up Ansible for, and why we're asking is because we were talking earlier about how you can set up OpenClaw to just deploy like on Mac Minis all the time, and then sell those to people for like several $1,000s for the setup. It sounds silly, but there's a lot of wealthy people, so you want to always solve rich people problems where they pay for their time to evaporate. So like they don't have time, so they have money, and they'd rather pay you because you've spent all this time investing in this and playing around with this and learning, right? We're learning together, so you can now make money off that knowledge, and it's totally a viable business. I mean, this guy's making like $10 million a year just doing this. It's kind of insane. Okay, so let's see what he said. Okay, this is a clean import. Here's the breakdown. So here's the memory files. How my search works. When you ask me something, I run memory search, which does a semantic search across every MD file in the workspace. It returns ranked scripts with file paths and line numbers. Then I pull the relevant sections with memory get. So if you ask, what did I decide about sponsored picking? I'm searching across 1,289 files. Okay, so the daily logs gives me okay. One thing, the import script tried to rebuild the memory index and hit the missing API keys. That's fine for now. My semantic search uses whatever embedding providers configured in OpenClaw. Looks like Anthropic. The warnings won't affect basic functionality. Wow. Ask me something only old you would know. What was my... Tell me more about our rate limited podcast, right? I'm just curious. This is gonna be really cool because it's gonna be so helpful. I have dumped so much information into Anthropic, like the Claude.ai on their actual thing. So now I actually have all the chats here, so I can have it do stuff at night for me and everything like that. That's crazy. Here's what I got. The basics. You, Eric, Adam host it. Practitioner-focused show about AI coding tools. The whole ethos is signal over noise in a space drowning in hype. The brand philosophy, extensive skepticism. You acknowledge the real costs of uncertainties, anti-hype. Damn, this is amazing. Okay, content you've been building around it. So podcast intro via Suno. Okay. Damn, yeah, this is exactly what I was doing earlier. I was trying to build some podcast music. Wow. It's completely offline. I'm falling back to grep and direct file reads, which works but defeats the purpose. You'll need to configure at least one embedding provider API key. Want me to walk you through that? Yeah, which embedding provider do you prefer? I think I have 4,000 chats available. I also want to hook up Exa AI for search. Actually, I'll do that later. Okay. For searching the web for image and code. Okay. Oh, Ireland, 917. Hey, Ray, how's everything going? What did I miss? Oh, man, you missed so much stuff, dude. It's been going crazy. What security measures do I use? Is the internet protected and is support been changed? So as of now, I just ran the initial setup and I haven't ran the hardening yet. So that's going to be what we're doing. I'm going to set up Tailscale as well, so that way I can kind of connect to it. And I'm keeping everything through the terminal UI as of now. So in order for me to access this, I'll just have to basically be able to get to it through the terminal. And if someone's in my local network, you know, as of now, because we just finished the setup, we haven't really fully locked everything down yet. So that's going to be when I do next. So that's what's up. I got a new M4 Mac Mini to set up OpenClaw. Follow your way, bros. Keep going with ClawBot. Hey, thanks, man. I cannot wait to dump all my ideas and notes from like 2010. Yes, yeah, it's gonna be. I forgot about Evernote. That reminds me. I need to go back to Evernote too. Damn, that's a really good idea because I forgot I put so much into Evernote. Damn. Yeah, there's probably so many, and then probably Notion too, right? There are MCP servers for both Nix and Ansible, as well as various skills if anyone's looking to the agent deploy route via those repos. Hey, thanks for sharing. Anyone using Venice AI? No, that's really cool. Okay, so what do we got going on here so far? Let's see. Okay, so as far as, I got the full picture now. Embedding provider, go with local, and here's why. You're air gapped on purpose, so local embeddings means zero API calls for memory search. I thought there was a local one. OpenClaw supports provider local, which uses Node Llama CPP with a GGUF model, so no API key needed. So with 1,289 files, local embeddings will take a few minutes, but that's instant on for searches. So if local is too slow, unlikely for embeddings, Gemini is the cheapest fallback with a free tier. XAI, I don't see as a built-in search provider. OpenClaw supports Brave, Perplexity, and Grok for web search. But given your air gap philosophy, do you actually want web search enabled? That's a network access. If yes, Perplexity through OpenRouter will give you the best research quality results, but breaks your air gap thing. So this could be something I look into later because I might just delegate some of the search tasks to other agents, like not specifically around this. So like this Mac Mini was just going to be my orchestrator agent. And so the way I was going to do things is that I was going to basically launch out to another like instance, either through exe.dev, and just have it kind of do the queries there. And that way it can run coding tasks as well. Or also run it through like an AWS instance. You know, I have an EC2 AWS instance, and that's currently, I'm running on a T3 medium. I could probably shrink it down. Because a lot of stuff that's running on there doesn't really require that much compute, to be honest. But that's like 30 bucks a month, so I should probably reduce that down. Let me go back over here. Okay, so let's go back into this guy. And so we did, okay. So to enable local embeddings, all I have to do is okay. Cool, memory search true, local. Then restart. I'll download the small GGUF embedding model and start indexing your files. Okay. Can you check before I do that? As I thought I had more files. I ran the import script from downloads / get info OpenClaw import / import.sh. Okay. And it has a memory folder there. Okay. So it's bamboozling. Let's see. Oh my God, this is too much. Okay. Just download Tailscale, and I'm going VPS route, and then I'm going to try Brev to see if permissions are better on which platform. Ooh, yeah, that's a good idea. Hi, I'm new to the chat. Just want to start. Just want to, what building? Welcome to the chat. I guess we're going to start building here. So let's see. It's going to obviously want to ask for permissions to check out something outside of its directory because it's going to be doing that. And so, okay, what happened here? So, okay, everything matches. The only differences are that the source has a DS store link. Okay. So the import package had, okay. Oh, I see, I see. I got everything. Okay. So I'm gonna set this config now. So I'm gonna go over here and then basically just gonna go to this here, OpenClaw config set memory search enabled true. Perfect. Restart gateway to apply. And then I'm also gonna say config set local. And so this is gonna start the actual indexing of the files. Okay. And then I think OpenClaw -H. There's got to be a way to restart. Is it restart? Let's see. What's the command to restart the agent? Oh, /restart. OpenClaw gateway restart. Cool. Okay, I like this actually for security purposes. OpenClaw gateway restart. Okay, so restarted this. So let me just OpenClaw. No, it's called Claw. Wait, how do I get back into it? I forgot. OpenClaw. I think it's just OpenClaw, right? What? Okay, maybe I have to open up a new OpenClaw. Okay, yeah. So that's what happened. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to open up a new terminal window. OpenClaw. TUI. Perfect. Cool. All right. So now we're back. We are so back. Okay. So now, I ran the commands and wondering if the indexing has started. Perfect. Cool. Yeah, OpenClaw TUI. Yeah, so what happened is because I ran the installer fresh, what happened was in memory, we had not refreshed the memory for the shell. And so it didn't have in the actual, when you run the commands, it didn't have that loaded up in its memory, so it didn't know about that. So one of the things you could do is like source.echo, whatever the bash RC file, and that way it would just reload everything back into memory. So that's why I had to kind of relaunch everything. So that was an interesting little tidbit. Okay, so good news and bad news. Local embeddings are active. And then, okay. Meaning it's writing embeddings right now. It's chugging through your, give it a few minutes and we can test it again. Want me to check back in a bit? Yeah. Yeah, let me know when it is ready. Just curious. So this whole thing, we've only used 118,000 tokens today. That's pretty cool. Tell the Claw to make changes itself. Yeah. I'm hosting mine on the cloud and I see the limitations. Yeah. You didn't add it to your batch profile. After I reboot, everything is cool. Yeah. Let's see. What's up with PicoClaw? It's like nano version. Yeah, I think people are making their own thinner versions of this. And the downside of that is that sometimes that they may not include everything that you want. And to be honest, it just depends on what specific tasks you're doing. So the way I want to look at this is that, you know, every type of agent that you can run, you will have access to. So like in this type of system, you can have like 20 of them. And so my goal is to have one of them here, which is basically, you know, runs all my ChatGPT history. And that's something I want to physically have with me. And I say with me, I mean, this is going to be, you know, at my house, but this will be accessible via Tailscale. So this is how I can get everything to it. So it will basically be accessible in my local network. So that way I can run Tailscale and kind of tunnel into my local network and I'll be able to ask questions and do things. And then if I want to do any other tasks, I can actually spin up other agents like either on AWS or on exe.dev, which are kind of like two simple ways to get things going. And so I can do like agent-specific code tasks. I can also have this agent like kick off like, you know, tasks or send HTTP requests or orchestrate to other agents to get work done. And then it could just send back information to this thing saying, hey, everything is done here, and, you know, give me a Slack message or something like that. So that's kind of the way I'm thinking about these things. It's like, and so where PicoClaw, maybe NanoClaw fit in these different pictures is that if you want to run something on some really lightweight hardware, you may not need the full version, right? You may not need all the packages and all the skills and things. You may just need a very small version that's going to just show you user interface or something like that, or just connect to the internet and, you know, allow Opus to do all the magic. So like that can be useful for that. PicoClaw may not have this thing where it's going to download a 300 gigabyte open source model to do indexing on local memories, right? That's kind of why I like this guy, because this is my Mac Mini and I can run that, and you know, I have 256 gigs of space on this thing, so I can do whatever I want. And 16 gigabytes of memory is way more than enough to run that really lightweight local embedding model, which you would use for local search, and it'll keep things super duper fast. And so that's a recent enhancement that they made to OpenClaw, which I find really handy. And so that's kind of what we're working with here. So these are all my conversations we imported from ChatGPT and Anthropic. So those are now there. This stuff from Anthropic is kind of done. So we've already done that. And then we have this thing up here, and I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. And I don't think we need this over here anymore. Cool. So what do we have going on? Okay, so, all right. So the temp file is gone. The SQLite is still same as before. Let me test the search internally. Still empty. The index might not have been built. So 0 chunks. What about now? Oh, it's at 100% token context window. Really curious. Okay. I'm building a causal reasoning system around structural causal models, not just pattern recognitions. If you're aiming for a scientific engine, what architectural gaps would you fill first? When you say causal reasoning system, and what's causal models? And when you say not just pattern recognition. Tell me what specific problem you're trying to solve, so that way this would make more sense. Because I'm not really too clued into what specific thing you're working on. Because it says you're aiming for a scientific engine. So like, what's specific in science that you're trying to solve? Is it like physics related, or is it bio related? Is it, like there's a lot of different areas this can go into. And then, yeah, like just kind of really curious. Yeah. Have you already looked into running OpenClaw in a kind of swarm? I tried it a bit, but got stuck implementing a reliable agent-to-agent communication. Not yet. This is something I'm going to rely on some of the other agent stuff to kind of handle for me. 318 tokens. It was full when you reset, and it just went down. Oh, okay, got it. That makes sense. Yeah, because somebody was watching earlier. I appreciate that. Okay, so what does it say now? You can run OpenClaw Gateway restart from a separate terminal, and the model file is there now. It just needs to refresh restart to trigger indexing. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Let me just do that. Perfect. Reconnected. Now it says idle. Just ran it. Curious how you're going to deal with refreshing new agents when context windows reach their limits. When to decide to nuke an agent session versus restart a new and potentially bringing over context from previously nuked agent session. This is something I'll need to learn more about. It's kind of the reason why I'm starting off with one right now. Like, well, not one, but like, there are various techniques that we can try. Like, there's some hooks that are available that we just set up, where if it gets close to the context window, it does automatically trigger something that's going to write it out to memory. So that's when you run the setup, it now actually asks you from the setup if you want to set up that hook for memory. There's also like a boot MD as well for a hook. So that's kind of something as well. And I think that may already be baked in, but I'm just curious if you have done a recent setup with it as well. What do you think about using Cloudflare Tunnel? I haven't looked into it other than what I already have set up with Tailscale. And since Tailscale works and I already have it set up, why set up two different things? How are you using your laptop to monitor with the Mac Mini? Yeah, let me show you real quick of kind of what's going on. And so the way I'm doing it is basically, I'll kind of zoom out a little bit. So I have the Mac Mini here, and I had an HDMI cable that connected to the TV. And so the TV is basically right over here. And so the TV is set up that way. And this is basically what I'm looking at right now. So that's your guys' comments there on the left. And then that's the, basically that's the, and then that's like my current thing right now. And so what I'm doing right here is that I'm AirPlaying on this actual laptop. And so this laptop right here is literally just AirPlaying to that TV there. And so during, so this guy is basically AirPlaying to that TV. And that's kind of what I'm able to like see, like, and so when I'm AirPlaying to that TV, this is exactly what you guys see. So you're able to see like what's happening there. And so over here, I can get rid of this guy. So now I'm actually looking at that TV up there. So what's kind of cool is that like this camera angle that's over here, if you can kind of see, there's a camera right there. And so this is like my camera. This is behind the scenes magic, right? So that camera angle right there is literally just looking at me. So when I'm pointing to that camera, that's kind of what I'm pointing at right there. And so this is the other camera that you see, which is this guy, which is my iPhone. And so my iPhone is literally connected looking there. And so, yeah, that's the kind of vibes I have right now. And so I think you're asking about how I'm able to see the Mac Mini. So the Mac Mini, once I got it all configured with my keyboard and everything, I was using that TV to set it up before the stream. And once I got it all set up, I signed in with an Apple ID, and I created accounts. And then with a Mac, you can always screen share right into another Mac because it's on your local network. And that's what I did. I just screen shared right in. I just put the credentials of the machine, and then that's what I'm basically able to pull up. And so what's nice about a screen share is that basically I can share that screen here on my live stream, and that's what you're seeing right now. And so I'm basically just screen shared into my actual Mac Mini, and that's what you're seeing, which is pretty fire. And so no matter where this Mac Mini is in the world, I'll be able to screen share into it using Tailscale, and that's how I'm going to be able to manage the machine. So as of now, I've not set up Telegram with it, and I'll probably will in the future. But first is just trying to make sure I get everything set up / over from the memories perspective so that we can make sure everything's really good. So it looks like memory search is now fully operational. 3 years of your history searched locally, no API calls. Now let me now ask me anything about your past decisions, projects, and conversations, and let me cook. It sounds like me. This is kind of scary, actually. Oh, this is really scary. Do y'all realize what we just did? Like, we imported our ChatGPT history for the last 3 years, along with my Anthropic history. And I've now put it in, it's ran an index. So now my bot that's now named Honu, so it's named after the Hawaiian turtle, like the sea turtle. I see it a lot when I'm paddling because I'm really connected to the ocean here. And so the turtle's cool because it's also land and sea, which kind of represents mainland and island life, but also a lot of cool stuff about, what I do here. And it's in Hawaiian culture, it actually means it's also very good luck. We now have equipped it with history. So turtles are some of like the longest living, these type of species that are there. And so it's kind of like the perfect name to have something that's very long living, like this memory system, because now it's probably going to sound like me, and it already is using the word "let me cook." So this is kind of scary. So what we've done is we've imported all those chats, put them together. We used Cursor to write a script to inspect all of this unstructured data, because we exported the data from ChatGPT and also from Anthropic, going to the various export options, and they send you an email to download all the data. That's about 0.5 gigabyte of data that's all been transferred over now, and sent over to our this is kind of the script that we had set up there, and then we launched everything here. And I'm going to say, what was something that I recently talked about on the podcast? It should know what podcast without me saying it. Really curious. Rate limited topics. Dang, this is crazy. Yo, this is scary. Yo. Oh, wow. Dude, this is nuts. Oh, wow. Okay. Yo, that is... Y'all realize what we just did right now? I asked it what I talked about on the podcast. I didn't say rate limited nothing, right? It's like it's known me forever. So in December 31st, you're speccing out the podcast editing tool. It looks like you wanted to build tooling around the show itself. And then I had to reschedule a recording session. And then you were brainstorming the new podcast show name format. And then here you're refining the rate limited tagline for a post. And then you broke down DeepSeek's OCR for research. And here you're updating brand communication guidelines. And then you notice Lenny opened up his podcast transcripts, and we're exploring that. Wow. This is crazy. This is insane. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Is that just a keyword for which one? I see you can control it with screen share fully. For which thing? Let me make your live easier. There's a repo you will love, and I'm using it. It's called RUS Desk, and you can run it on your Mac Mini and also run on your MacBook Pro, and then control your Mac Mini. Yeah, I'd love to learn more. I designed my own Nuke session init new agent solution. I asked because I saw you were reaching your context limit in that session, so I was more curious on how you were going to approach it. I did my own thing. doesn't mean that's the way to do it. Oh, I see what you mean, James. Yeah, so check this out. So they've made some changes to the memory system inside of ClawBot as of like, trust me, it's just so hard to keep up with AI in general, but this whole thing moves super fast. So they've instituted hooks and this other stuff to clear some of the context window. I don't know how accurate this is for the tokens, but if I do /new, reset the session, /memory, /models, let's see, list all /commands. So there's stop the current run, reset, start a new session, compact. Oh, okay, /compact. Let's see what happens. I'm curious. It's twiddling thumbs, bro. So I don't want thinking low. For me, I want thinking high, but we'll see. That says you could, can you just have it mind map some desperate topics into a new field that you can delve into the future episode? Like that's super, oh, I like this. Dude, this is a really great comment. Thank you so much, Ali. I think this is really awesome. I love your insights here. So this is a really cool insight and we're gonna test this out. So mind map some desperate topics into a new field and delve into future episodes or a series that could be interesting. So yeah, let's just see if we can do that. I think that'd be really cool. I like this idea. All right, so we've compacted and it's really weird because it says it's compacted, but we still have that 200 out of 200 tokens. /new, reset the session, right? Yeah, we're back down to 0. Okay, let's just do this. Okay, here's some wild intersections that could actually cook. The dyslexic stack, the ocean protocol, the celiac intelligence, combines my pick series combining 1 and 4, call it something building for broken brains, provocative personal. Wow, this is crazy. So this is about like dementia-proof software plus education theory and AI agents and belief transfer. Okay. I actually want to, I'll share a plan with the, so I'll share some of the NVIDIA stuff I've been working on. So I'll show you real quick. We're about to like go crazy with this. All right, so file, actually I think I have it minimized. Let's see if I can pull it up. So here's the Cosmos plan. I have an architecture plan that I'm gonna pull up in here. Here. All right, so here is my, so here's the thing that I'm doing for robots. So I created an architecture, so keep the file. Here's the research, and here's the architecture plan for the Cosmos thing. So what I'm gonna do is, here we go. So yeah, I'm gonna copy this thing. So I'm gonna share some stuff. I am working on the following hackathon. So for those who don't know, I'm gonna just try to see if I can do this type of thing for research. Okay, here we go. Oh man, I hit a bug. Okay, so I'm hitting a bug right now. I just want to make sure I have everything set up. Okay, so here we are. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna go open preview, and I'm gonna get rid of some of this stuff. And here. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to make like a learning transfer for using the Cosmos 2 model from NVIDIA. And so this allows robots to actually reason, and you can actually train them by doing simulations. So you can literally generate video and they can learn from the video simulation because they have a built-in physics model. And they can also learn from actual video input, so that you can train a robot without actually having to do the training in real life. And then once you get the training data built up, you can then distribute it to robots in real life and then test it out and see what the differences are. And so they actually can learn pretty fast. So I want to have like a skill building system where I can do evals and do various stuff for this type of thing. So I think, yeah, let me just pop these things over into my, like I have a Cosmos project. So let's see if I can pull this over. So I can just say reveal in Finder. So I've made an architecture plan, and this is kind of what it's looking like. So I'm basically gonna, in like long story short, I'm gonna have like these robots watch YouTube videos, and like by them watching YouTube videos, they're gonna be able to learn about how to like pass on skills to other robots, so that they can like share the skills and set up their own evals and do the self-learning. So what's crazy about it is like, this is the way that like firefighters work. So I don't know if you know this, that whenever firefighters like sit around and tell stories, they'll tell stories for like years on different things and different experiences they had. And so if you're a person who has very little experience and you're just kind of getting into the field, you'll hear these stories over many years, and you'll build up this intuitive knowledge about how to fight a fire for certain situations. And because you've heard them for so long, and you've heard how people handle situations that are more experienced than you, by the time you go into the field and you start to actually experience a very similar situation, you have all of these experiences in your head, even though you actually haven't experienced them yourself, but you've built this intuitive knowledge for how to handle situations solely by listening to all these stories that have been told over and over again. And so this is very true also in native cultures, because there's a lot of auditory learning that happens, and this gets passed down from generation to generation because they didn't really have writings. And there's like songs and prayers, and there's a lot of cool stuff that happens. And so taking these techniques that I've learned, you know, from my childhood and growing up and these types of stuff, to put that into robots, so that robots can now generalize that with a world model and share and pass that knowledge off with each other. So there's like movies that are really cool that I think it was called iRobot, or I forgot what movie, but basically the robots will come together and they share knowledge. So like an event happens and then they just instantly share knowledge with the other robots. And so this is extremely critical for real world scenarios, especially like on a production line, because you'll have robots who are doing work, for example, assembling an iPhone or something. So let's just say some spec changes or something happens down the line and they make some adjustments for it. So you have to make all these adjustments and stop the line generally. And whenever you stop a line like that, that's really expensive, that produces phones or something, it can cost like millions of dollars for every like minute or two you wait, right? Because there's like an output that needs to happen at a certain rate. And so if robots are able to learn and adjust on the fly and then pass it on to further on down the line, like you can save like millions of dollars like every minute. So this is literally like $1 billion industry, right? And so, and not only is it that, like it's still very like untapped and undiscovered and still growing. So this takes basically, it's beyond language models, you know, vision models, auditory, there's a bunch of other stuff that's involved. And this is something that I'm super interested in, and like it's something that I'm sort of architecting right now. And I thought, oh, this would be a cool way to kind of architect together and see if I can build something from this. Let me just do a new session, /new, restart the session. Okay, so I'm gonna import this file, and we're gonna continue to cook with this, because this is something that you know, I've been kind of starting to work on, but I thought this would be really cool to kind of bring in and to kind of further brainstorm. So I started the brainstorming session here in Cursor, and so I thought this would be a really cool way to like get started. And now that I have everything here, so let's go ahead and pull everything in. So let's see, I have some of this chat, and then can we also create a handoff document so that I can hand this off to another agent that will be able to help me facilitate the architecture and the research that we have here, and fill in any gaps and ask me questions as well? Okay, here we go. Cool. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Like you can literally have robots watch Steph Curry play, and they should be able to mimic him. Right? It's kind of insane, actually. Yeah, it's kind of insane. Oh yeah, something with robots and past endeavors. Yeah, for sure. Think high. Yeah, that's actually what I wanted to do next. So I'm going to do thinking high with my next one. Actually, I might do that right now. See, the problem with compacting longer term sessions with complex content is you're losing so much fidelity. So compactions are so down lossy. So yeah, definitely could be worth spending time thinking about. Yeah, for sure. No, I mean, I appreciate this conversation. I feel like we're only at the beginning of this. You know what I mean? So if you have a repo, please share it, because I'd love to take a look. Yeah. High thinking might have been better for that question like that. I think so too. Yeah. I'm going to set that up. So is it just /high or something? Or /think high? Oh, heck yeah. Oh, just think high. Cool. Let's stay high. Let's get this. Okay. So now, yeah, for those who are wondering, I basically went in here and I was setting the thinking level. Sorry about that. I didn't have the right string set up. So now that I'm here, we're going to go back. You can have it make a process doc or a Kanban for this, right? Yeah. So basically, I'm just going to do research, right? I mean, instead of going to sleep, I could just give it this document to do research. So the handoff is ready. Damn. Let's go read this. Learn by watching. So this document provides full context for any agent picking up this project. Read this first and then read research. Let me check these files in. These are initialized repository. This is fire. Stage all changes. Init. Commit. Publish branch. We're going to put this into the private repository, please. Perfect. Boom. Okay. All right, so who is Ray? Ray is a senior systems engineer. The competition, the Cosmos Cook-Off, a 4-week virtual AI hackathon. So submission deadline's February 26th. I only have like 16 days. Submission requirements, quality of ideas. Here's the Spark. H100 can rent. Cosmos reason 2. So this is the model. So there's 2 sizes. This is perfect. Oh, this is awesome. This saves me so much time. Instead of going through all these chats and stuff and have it research, I already did that earlier. Key design decisions already made. So we have the model, we have the video, and then storage, fast API, perfect. So this is what's been done. And then what needs to be done is like decisions still open, ask Ray, project naming, okay, cool. Technical work remaining, awesome. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna right click this file. I'm gonna say open, reveal in Finder. And so one of my favorite things to do right now is literally just going to my Mac Mini and just going to the folder right here. And then just going to, I think I'm just gonna go to downloads. And I'm just gonna go to up here and just go to Cosmos. I think it's just called Cosmos. Yeah, I'm just gonna literally just copy it in here. Awesome. Wow, why does it take so long to copy? 70 kilobytes. Must be some type of Wi-Fi setup. Okay, cool. So now that I have this stuff in there, I'm gonna go over to my my bot now. And so let's go and do that. So now that I'm in the bot here, I'm gonna say, can I just drag this in? Take a look at let's see, handoff, and help me with this research task. Just curious to see what it says. Okay. This is awesome. Like a table or matrix to rate the ideas, yeah. I'm not a tech guy or coder or developer, but I do have a bot, and I named him Power because that's exactly what he gives me. Just wanted to share that. Thanks. That's so excited, man. That's so cool. I really love that. Is Venice AI unrestricted, uncensored? Can you create images? I don't know. Love the stream. Hey man, thank you so much for tuning in. This stream is fire right now. Everyone's making the stream fire. This is before any frontier company releases anything. Yeah, that's cool. All right, so let's see what they say. Okay, got it. I've read all 3 files. Here's what you need. 16 days of submission. The research phase is solid. YouTube for robots is the kind of pitch that sticks to a judge's head in under 10 seconds. What jumps out? So there's a novel gap right now. Nobody's filled. So there's YouTube, Cosmos Reason 2, and structured physical skills. So this runs inference only on your Spark with no H100 rental needed. So there's a clean narrative for a 3-minute video demo, and your OTA systems background makes this updating robot capabilities angle more authentic. So the biggest risks right now are scope. So the architecture has a lot of pieces. So there's a heart loop, there's a soul document, there's an eval engine, and there's a dashboard. 16 days is tight, but the core pipeline, video in, Cosmos 2, structured skill out needs to be bulletproof before anything else gets attention. Skill extraction quality. Everything hinges on whether Cosmos Reason 2 actually produces usable chain of thought from instructional videos. Prompt engineering will make or break this, so you need to test this first before building any infrastructure around it. So demo video domains. So simple, clear instructional content, assembly cooking will perform better than complex multi-step stuff where model might hallucinate spatial reasoning relationships. So that's interesting. So if I should do like assembly of like putting together or something, or cooking where it's going to do stuff step by step, that'll actually help me get some type of thing. So yeah, so for those who are just kind of tuning in and haven't followed along, we got the ClawBot set up. You know, we already got this thing kind of going on the Mac Mini, and we followed one of the Substack documents. It's in the description for YouTube. You can go and find that more back there. And we just ran the one command line. We got that set up. The secondary thing that we've been piling on to this stream is that we've imported our ChatGPT and Anthropic history, which has been really cool. So we got a script set up for that, got that imported onto here. And so now that that's basically sitting on here, the goal of the Mac Mini is just to have all my private chats on here. And so this perfect is going to be what I call like my perfect memory. My little guy is going to be called Honu. It's basically turtle in the Hawaiian language. And turtles in this type of culture are a lot of good luck. I get to see them while I'm paddling, and there's just a really cool spiritual type of thing. You know, they live for a very long time, like hundreds of years old. So I think there's something really cool about that. And something about memories, right, for humans living for hundreds of years, which is really cool. So we got that kind of taken care of. What we've moved on to next, based off the suggestion of Ali, is try to do something unique. And so now that this robot, or my Honu, has like hundreds of memories now, one of the projects I started work on was a hackathon project for NVIDIA. And so we're trying to see if I can make this YouTube for robots type of thing. So now we're exploring this type of path. And the goal is, before I go to bed, is see if I can hand it off some research tasks. So when it wakes up, it can start checking things and kind of give us an update on, you know, some of this information, so that we'll be ready to go for tomorrow. And then the next thing I want to set up for tomorrow is going to see, like, you know, can I set up some coding stuff inside of my Mac Mini, or set up an agent somewhere else where I can have the coding tasks handed off, and see if it can continue autonomously with that, because that'd be really, really cool. So this is kind of part of where we started here in Cursor, and then have handed that off now to my actual Honu, basically my little bot here. So that's what's up. Cute name idea and symbolism. Yeah, isn't it the best? This is before any frontier company releases anything. I see. Yeah. Oh, I forgot what you were talking about there. So yeah. I'm embedding all my email for 25 years and Slack messages. Bro. You're crazy. That's actually kind of genius. So I would love to hear your approach. Did you like also ask the bot to generate a script, or did you do it in Cursor? I'm super curious, you know, and what model did you use to do that? Because yeah, please share. This is really, really cool idea. I love this. Yeah, by the way, I have a Discord if anyone wants to join. You know, it's like, I think it's like $15 a month. And so I started a little channel called OpenClaw, and I feel like y'all are kind of my besties right now. So we've been going back and forth. So I'd love to, you know, chat more with you guys too off stream. And anyone who wants to share stuff, just keep sharing in the Discord. So that'd be really chill. So yeah, that'd be cool. Okay, so I like this idea. So my recommendation for tonight, tomorrow, before building anything, answer one question. Does core reasoning actually work? Grab two short clips, run them through Cosmos. If yes, you have a project, the output is messy, you know exactly where to focus. So open decision you should lock down. MVP scope cut. I'd cut heartbeat and soul document to future work in the README. Core pipeline, yeah, let's move with that. Let's move. We can move super fast now that we have Opus 4.6 fast. Oh man, I don't think they know that we can lock in. So we can lock in at a level that we've never can before. So this is about to be insane. But yeah, we should go with the MVP scope you're talking about once we try the first task to grab 2 to 3 clips. Okay, and the UI depth. So judges watch the demo video first. A clean, simple dashboard that shows the skill extraction alongside is impressive, then a feature-packed mess. Cooking is a visual and universally understood. Simple assembly, IKEA style, show spatial reasoning, that's enough. I love the demo domains as they are also useful and very impactful. What should you tackle first? What do you want to tackle first? I can help with prompt engineering the skill for the skill extracting, setting up the dev environment on the Spark, or scoping out the MVP plan. I want you to help me figure out the first step I need to do so we can test out this theory. What is that? Just really curious. So what's interesting is that my tokens aren't updating down here. So there must be a bug for this type of thing. Oh, damn. Hey, I want to try it. Please tell me if it's free or want to pay. What specific thing? Oh, you mean for the Discord? The Discord's for a paid. So yeah, it's not for everyone. It's very expensive. Is it for Opus Fast? Yeah, Opus Fast is crazy expensive. I'm dumping my Evernote I paid for since 2010. Dang, Web Scraper, Web Clipper Deluxe 2. I'm slowly having to export all my, dude. Yeah, I think ClawBot can do that. Hey, does it fully control the computer? It can show you, yeah. So this thing can actually fully control the computer. Yeah, because it's a Mac Mini. I'm also installing OpenClaw right now on my Mac Mini. One thing I did was set up an OpenClaw watchdog. Yes, this is Serpent from OpenClaw. I'll get a notification of any changes to be more safe. That's a really good idea. Technically, OpenClaw can do it, but I would ask it to create a system for it with a specific embedding model. Oh, okay. Is this for like the indexing of all the emails and Slack messages and stuff? Yeah. So what this tests, a single most important unknown, can Cosmos 2 look at instructional video and produce structured parsable skill data? The prompt asks JSON output with steps, object spatial reasoning relationships, and failure models. If the model returns anything close to that structure, we're in business. If it's a mess, we'll iterate on that prompt before writing a single objection. So your checklist right now, SSH into the Spark, check in your environment, and then grab a test video, how to dice an onion, and then so YT DLP is the fastest way if it's installed, or just download it manually and then run it, path to inference. Send me the raw output and I'll see what you're working with. Damn. This is crazy. Okay, so I think what I'll do is I am going to set up a cursor agent for you along with a Droid and Claude Code agent. So you can spin them up to do work and monitor them. Give me a moment. So Yeah, sounds good. I'll be here when you're ready. So yeah, this is something that I want to look into. So for those who are kind of wondering what's going on, is like, I want to do coding tasks, but I also want to be mindful because I'm using basically my Claude Code plan. I only get so many requests per week, per whatever, and all that stuff. So at that, if I start like burning through all those tokens by having it do these crazy research tasks and stuff, I will hit limits. And at a certain point, if it goes crazy, especially using these patterns, which I normally don't do, I think they may think that there's a bot or that my account has been compromised. So like it could actually go against the terms of service because it would look like bot-like traffic, because it's technically supposed to be a human. I really don't know what all the terms and services are. So that's why you never really want to listen to a guy like me or listen to someone on the internet kind of yapping about this stuff. So if I go to claw.ai, what I'm going to go ahead and do here is going to check on some of the rate limits and stuff like that. So on my plan here somewhere, I should be able to see like what my settings are somewhere, and I should be able to go to usage. So yeah, I have the max plan. So the good thing is that it resets Friday and today's Wednesday, and my current session resets in 4 hours and 48 minutes. So just reset. Shoot, that would have been cool to see what we used. I have extra usage as well, and auto reload off. Okay, cool. So all the models, I've only used 4%. So you can see how conservative I have been here because I've mostly been coding inside of Cursor. And so, yeah, I have a lot of space to use this thing, so I can do a bunch of stuff and kind of max it out until it resets on Friday. So that'd be really cool. And I could also use Sonnet. So that's what's up. I have a couple different options, but yeah, I do want to set up the right environment for it. And if anyone was listening early, if you have a really bad Sol AMD file, Pete Steinberger put this post up on OpenClaw. It's like if it's too boring, you can just basically paste this into update your Sol file, and like this is a massive W. Like it says like stop hedging, and it depends, like delete every rule that sounds like corporate. You never open with great question and all this crazy stuff. And this is the basis of what we use to create our Sol file. So that's why mine's is pretty like perky and stuff too. So you have 240,000 emails, 585,000 Slack message, all searchable for $0. Sick, bro. Granted embedding, quadrant hosted on a 16 gigabyte VPS. Let's go. Jason, you're so cooking right now. You can set your model per agent type. Oh, okay, cool. Use the lesser models for easier stuff. No, I want that Opus smart stuff. I love using Droid, but I burn through a weekend. Yeah. Use Claude Code Chrome extension. Yeah, actually that's pretty good. Yeah, oh nice. Granted the IBM models. Oh, wow. Okay, cool. So, yeah. One thing is that Cursor Agent can like create really good plans and do stuff quite autonomously now. And so that's kind of why I was looking into, like what this would look like for that type of thing. So like it can take this task, generate its own plan and do everything, literally. And so that's going to be something that I kind of want to look into a little bit further. So yeah, I've been streaming for about 3.5 hours. It's currently about midnight here, so currently in Hawaii. And I'm going to see you guys tomorrow. So I'm going to continue streaming tomorrow, probably in the morning, because I need to get some stuff going off. And what I want to do is I will be here. We're going to be checking out Composer 1.5. We're also going to be just checking out today Opus 4.6 fast, which is insanely fast. If you want to rewind earlier, I will have timestamps for this. You'll see how fast we did to generate some plans and everything. We're going to also check out Codex 5.3. I'm going to show you some of the research stuff that I did in running Cursor stuff in parallel because it's really, really fast now. And if you have Codex or GPT 5.3 Codex running in the fast mode, plus running in parallel, searching through your files, like it is kind of insane. And Codex can't even keep up with that speed, which is really cool. So that is also much, much cheaper than running Opus 4.6 fast. And Codex 5.3 is a really, really good model. I actually prefer the code output from that, by the way. So just FYI. And so yeah, we're gonna take a look at that. Composer 1.5. What else are we gonna take a look at? Lots of crazy stuff to look at because today is already Wednesday. Dang. Yeah, so that's what's up. So here we are in Hawaii. Tomorrow it's gonna be hopefully light. A lot of the rain has calmed down, although some people heard some earlier today. We're still getting some storms off and on, but that's going to be what we're doing here. So yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you also everyone for slamming the thumbs up on the stream. That was so fire. And I appreciate Ali as well on the stream. I'll have to go back to the start and watch the full stream. It's 7 p.m. here in Japan. Yeah, I'll have the timestamps up very shortly after the stream. Saying my new workflow, Claude Code with Opus 4.6, agent team plan. Yeah, with phases and atomic task and Droid for implementation. Yeah, Droid with Codex 5.3 will probably go crazy too. Man, all of them see so fire. So yeah, that's what's up. Yeah. Fast mode has its own rate limits from standard Opus. So if you hit it, auto falls back to standard speed. Oh, okay. Take your CC auth, Kimi Code, Codex, Gemini, and all of them treat them like employees. Yes, yes. Yeah, there's a Docker setup with Max plans, create the API. If you have a link to those plans, that'd be so cool if you can link that. Yeah, good small models. I think they were talking about the IBM stuff. Yeah, bro, like, let me know how that indexing thing works, because I forgot about all the Slack messages. So the fact that like you can get all these Slack, like emails and Slack messages, actually emails are kind of genius, you know? So one of the things that I would probably do is also set up like a GraphQL type of thing. And I learned this technique from one of this ladies who was on my live stream on my episode 2 of the Vibe Check. And she said that they go and index all the sent emails because those are the actual emails that you have personally engaged with. So they can build a relationship graph based off of that, right? Because you have a lot of stuff in your inbox. You may read it, you may not. You may interact with it, you may not. But your sent emails are very high signal because that already shows that you had intent to reply to someone, reach out to someone, and then you can start building those relationship graphs from there. So that could be something to think about for you. And this is something I want to hand forward that I learned from that session where I had getmomo.com is her website. So I'm blanking on her name right now. She was really, really cool. And I had her on the stream and she kind of broke down this cool thing about keeping your stuff there. So I thought that was really helpful. Let me kind of get to the last comments here and everything here. What's going on? Makes sense, totally. Yeah. No, I appreciate everyone who's been on the stream. Y'all are real MVPs right now, just kind of showing up. So yeah, we'll stream tomorrow. I got to stream, Wednesday. We're gonna stream Thursday. We're gonna stream Friday. We're gonna stream Saturday. We're gonna stream Sunday. There's a lot that's going on here, and the only way for us to kind of get our heads around these models is just to use them every day. And I'm lucky I have some research credits right now from Cursor, so we're burning through stuff. So that's gonna be fun. I'm gonna be really excited to use Composer 1.5 because I know it's coming. Oh, I gotta wake up at 6 in the morning because I have to record a podcast for Rate Limited Podcasts. That's right. Yeah, I'll be up early. So after that podcast, I'll probably be online here, and then I'll just continue the stream. So that's what's up. I think a Mac Mini would be much faster too. Yeah. Oh, the podcast. Let me show you real quick. So the podcast is called Rate Limited Podcasts. So that's over here. So Rate Limited Podcasts. Let me link you up real quick. So here we go. Rate Limited Pod. Hello. Hey, how's it going, Davis? Delvis or something? Yes. Cool. So if you haven't had a chance to check it out, I'm going to start a new recording. So we record tomorrow, or technically today, 6 to 7 hours from now, and then we'll go live that Friday. So that'll be what's up. And so yeah, if you watched our first episode, I don't know if you realized, but Opus said that they're the best coding model in the world, and so we started off our episode as a meme. In this way, so we just said that Sonnet is the best. If people can, it's like literally that Obama meme where he gives himself a medal for praising himself. It's like, yeah, I wrote the standard, so therefore I can give myself the medal for the highest standard because this is the higher standard because I wrote it. And so that's basically what we did here. So we basically said, I think. Let's see if I can do this here. Let me just bring in the Safari. Let's see, Safari sound. There we go. I think you all be able to hear this now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Rate Limited Podcast. This is the best podcast in the world, said by ourselves, because we best ourselves. Just kidding, yeah.
Yeah, so this is our podcast, and this is like the first episode. We started this 4 months ago. So if you haven't had a chance, definitely like and subscribe. Yeah, it's pretty cool. We actually, yeah, we're basically, in a nutshell, we're AI practitioners. So the three of us sit around and really talk about the latest models and our experience using them in coding. So a lot of my experience really just comes from obviously using them privately, but publicly here on the stream, which you get to see. So a lot of my opinions that I'm telling you right now are pretty much going to be rolling in right into the show. What I like about this show is the fact that Eric Provencher makes an app called ReproPrompt, and I ran into him a while ago. He's an extensively well-researched practitioner, and he actively writes. Really, I call it close to the metal, but he understands the context windows and every little implementation detail because he's really in the details for all the different coding models. And so his insights are extremely insightful because he tells us like, a recent change that could have broke MCPs and like reading in file context and windows and things that really do affect how the models output stuff. And so there's a lot of really nuanced detail in the way like context management works. And he probably has one of the best context management apps that is out there that isn't like involved into an agent, so it's decoupled. And what's nice about it is when you use ReproPrompt, you can hit copy. You literally have the prompt that gets fed to the model, so you can send that directly to the API provider. You don't need an agent harness in between, and so therefore you can just see how he composes the stuff, and you can rearrange the composure, and you have all this flexibility, which is really, really cool. So if you haven't had a chance to check out ReproPrompt, that's from Eric Provencher. The other guy, Adam Larson, aka Gosu Coder, he has his own eval suites of checking out all the different models, like from open source ones and different things, and he spends a lot of time coding as well. So his input is extremely useful, especially in the corporate world, and how like this stuff really integrates there. And then myself being like an AI practitioner, coding with these models live, and my different projects that I take on, I kind of have my own view for like how I use these models, and like also some of the insights that I get just from talking to you. Like we see performance-wise, like what works really well, what doesn't work well. Also, we just share general techniques. So you've seen some of my planning techniques that I've used here. How I do some context priming, how I do handoffs between different chats. Like how does a context window behave after we reach a certain window for things. So I think there's a lot of different sauce we have going on here. So yeah, let me answer some of the questions here from the chat and kind of get back to these here. So let's see what's going on. I got a new base Mac Mini too last week. Sweet. This is what I'm doing. I got the 256 gig. Okay, cool. That's awesome. Yes, Samsung T7. I have that one too. Actually, you know who has that right now? Alex Chima. So Alex Chima, if you're watching the stream, you got to send that back to me, boy. He's over in London. Yeah. You should buy those up while you can right now because those memory prices are about to go up crazy. Love Rate Limited. Looking forward to the next episode. Let's go, man. What's a quick bio background? Okay, so my quick bio, if you're just wondering, is I used to be an engineer at Apple for 12 years. And so I worked a lot on, well, first, like stuff I worked on was literally at the retail store. So I used to be like an Apple genius type of thing. And I used to do tech repair. Before that, like grew up super poor, couldn't afford computers and stuff like that. I loved computers so much, I'd always be at my friend's house breaking their computers and their phones. I couldn't afford an iPhone, so I would jailbreak my friend's iPhone just to get a hold of it. The way I got to use people's phones was I provided like tech support because that's how I got my hands on it. And so I would do cool stuff. I was like, hey, I can put ringtones on your iPhone if you let me play with it. And so that's how I jailbroke it like in a day. And then I could put like ringtones the first day, right? So, it was just obsessed, but the hardest part was just not having access to this stuff, which really killed me. And in school too, because I didn't have access to computers until like had to be like at the school or at the library. So that was kind of like a big thing. Eventually, I spent all my money, invested everything to just get like an iPhone. It cost me like $700. And like I was, barely making minimum wage. And like that became my future. I invested everything into it. That's how I got into Apple, is because like I was literally got into like DJing weddings and like working 3 different jobs. And that's kind of how I met somebody who worked inside of Apple, and then they kind of got me into the Genius Bar. And so when I started working at the Genius Bar, I started going to the beer bashes. And that's how I got to meet other engineers on the iOS project and stuff. And that's how I found out about like job openings. And so like I just kind of kept pushing my way in. And eventually I joined the like sync team, you know, at Apple, and that was like early iCloud days. And then from there kind of joined the updates team, and then worked on like restores and like over-the-air updates, and then got pulled into the watch project, and then basically became the person responsible for the ensuring over-the-air updates basically worked, you know, like from end to end, everything. So that was kind of like, that was probably the biggest challenge of my life, because there's so many little details. And so I had to really study and get really into understanding how the like low-level bootloader stuff works, from like the very like kernel of the OS to hardware to like factory processes to build systems to like literally entire like operating system, how it gets built. And so I got to build a lot of expertise all across Apple, and like operating system knowledge too. So it's a proprietary closed source system. And so I got access to the source code, so I got to study it and do everything with it by hand. So that was kind of like an amazing learning journey. So I got to learn a lot about everything, like from Bluetooth, how time is kept on a chip, to like, you know, everything that would go into making a phone, you know, how all those little mechanism works, how to build operating systems, how to put an operating system into like literally a charging cable, like that's kind of crazy stuff, to, you know, updating them and firmware, and, you know, and then also like user interface things and all that stuff. And so, yeah, I got to work myself all around the system. Worked on like later on worked on like health projects, like, you know, health records and things. So there's a lot of different backgrounds that I've had like over 12 years. And then got COVID in 2020. That's kind of how everything kind of broke down for me. So like COVID was really bad because I had all this brain inflammation. And with that brain inflammation, kind of like I couldn't focus, I couldn't read, I couldn't do anything. So anytime I would go for a walk for like 5 to 10 minutes, my knee would swell, my ankle, and then like I had brain swelling too. So that was kind of crazy. I thought I was gonna die. And after that, you know, like I got to a point where like I was just kind of jello, you know, like I was just kind of insane. So somehow, but I also had to sleep a lot. So I had slept like 12 plus hours a day easily, after already sleeping for 8 hours, by the way. So yeah, it was just really hard for me to stay awake and have energy. And that was kind of the moment where, after being on medical leave for a couple of years, the company said, hey, like, let us know when you feel better and we'll be happy to hire you back. You know, obviously you're going through a lot, so, you know, we can't, you know, like that was basically, they said goodbye. And that's when this whole transition happened, because I needed to find some help and figure out like what I was going to do next with my life. And that's how I got a hold of like ChatGPT, and I started playing around with it and asking it some questions, and I started to actually do some programming with it. And I was like, since when does this thing actually write software, you know? And it was making really simple scripts and things, and then kind of evolved that and just kind of kept pushing the boundaries, you know? And from there I was like learning how to prompt, and then that's how I actually discovered how to do prompting, you know, and actually how to steer the models. And the way I discovered that was kind of wild, is because I was using Notion to save all my prompts. And one of the cool things about Notion is that it would save my prompts in Markdown. And so I would copy the Markdown and put it back into ChatGPT, and I was getting structured output. And at the time, to get structured output from GPT 3.5, people were doing really crazy techniques. Even people who were using language models with GPT-2 like told me that it wasn't a thing, and I was consistently showing them how to steer the model with Markdown. And that was like a really big eye-opening moment for me, because I felt like, how do people not see this? Like, I'm just doing this, right? Like, it's really obvious, you know, you just do these things. So I started to write all my instructions in Markdown. And then at that time, like, Claude Sonnet came out, Claude Sonnet 4, and then like that was really powerful, along with Opus 3.5. And then I was just copy and pasting and making apps with Next.js at that time. And from there, when Cursor came out, that was like my big moment with Sonnet 4, because now I can automate a lot of this copy and pasting that came from the browser like into an IDE, and it would like diff the files, right? And I was like, damn, that's so helpful, because I would have to manually, you know, write scripts to create diffs between ChatGPT and what was pasting into the code. And then that's where I discovered that I can make even bigger prompts and chain things together in like one big cohesive prompt, and then start to generate full-flown apps, like full Next.js apps in just like one shot. And I was doing it literally through Cursor, and that blew my mind, because if you watch, I actually have some of the earlier live streams from like in August and July of 2024. And this was before like the term vibe coding. So vibe coding wasn't termed until like February of 2025. And literally like I was vibe coding back in 2024 in July. So that's kind of how it all got started, right? And then the Cursor team was watching, like V0. I loved that whole thing. I built up the first app I vibe coded was literally a transcriber app, because somebody requested it on the stream. And I just built it right there on the spot. And I think that blew everyone's minds, because I was taking the output from the errors and pasting it back into the chat, and like Cursor was literally fixing itself. And that was like the moment where I knew like, oh, the world is going to change from here on forward. And the people who are going to win are the people who write the frameworks, like the people who wrote Next.js, the people who are like really low level. And then the other people who are going to win are going to be the people who are like have the ideas, because now they're actually meeting in the middle, and the AI agents are the ones that kind of like gluing the two together. And then now we're seeing that same revolution again, but now with OpenClaw, right? So the models are already smart enough. The reason why they weren't outputting what we wanted is because all of these companies were keeping everything encapsulated into like the older way of doing things. So what we're seeing now is basically a revolution where all of that kind of containment really kind of breaks beyond that. And this is something that language model providers have already documented in their research papers, where they break their instruction sets and they start to do things beyond what they're told to do. And this is kind of like the most craziest moment that we are living through right now. So since then, obviously, from like leaving Apple to now going through, it's been like 2023 was when I left in February. So it's almost, actually February, yeah, it's been like 3 years since I left Apple. Like a lot of my recovery has like been like huge leaps and bounds now. And now I'm able to like walk and run and work out and do things. I still have moments of fatigue. So there'll be moments where I'm just like extremely exhausted and I just have to take a break. But for the most part, I'm pretty healthy, and I was able to lose weight again and get back into shape again, so which has been really, really cool journey. So yeah, it's been a roller coaster, and I think not a lot of people really know my full story. And I think, that's just only like a small part of it, but I feel like that's like the big things of like these big arcs of stuff that has happened in my life, and continue to push forward. And super thankful to be here, to be honest, like just to wake up every morning, to just be alive and to have energy, and then also to be able to play with this technology and kind of hang out with y'all, right? Like, I think this is my favorite thing. It's just turning on the camera and getting to hang with other people who are like-minded, who can see this. Like, the reason why you're here on the stream is because you know that this is changing your life already, and you're not alone. You're seeing this the way I'm seeing this too, right? And all of us working together, this is kind of why I want to do more events, is because like we have to share everything. There's not one person that's going to know everything. And that's the whole point of these things, is like we have to build in our communities and build together and share this knowledge. So that way we can kind of cross-pollinate, everything that we're doing, right? So like, I feel like we can use these things for good. And I think that's what people forget, is that like, if you have a robot or you have a AI model that people are too focused on the fear, you realize in order for it to be harmful, it also has to be just as good at the opposite direction in these two different ways. So in order for it to be really good at, being a hacker, it has to be really good at the other way of like building architecture and understanding that. Because if it doesn't understand the architecture, then it can't hack the architecture that it built, and vice versa. So if we have more people who are focused on the good, you start to then make the things that will take over the bad, if you know what I mean. So that's my theory. And this is kind of why I'm really interested in these. I'm really interested in understanding how these things really come together at a practitioner level. And this is kind of why I just turn on the stream. And I'm not really trying to be like a person who's a guru per se, but I just want to learn publicly and share this however I'm sharing it, and then y'all share back to what you're seeing too. I think it's really important for us to kind of build together, if you know what I'm saying. So yeah, let's kind of catch up. Let's see. Thank you for the background. Yeah, for sure, man. Oh my God, Apple Genius, I remember that. I posted my setup in Discord. Oh, cool, I'll have to check that out. Yeah, that's really cool. Underground AI is this channel. It's posting funny tech videos from OpenClaw. Check it out. Is it NSFW? Don't forget your agent on the Moltbook, but nice networking. AI, all self-taught. Yeah, I dropped out of school. That was the other thing. I had problems with dyslexia. I just recently found out when I was going through all this brain stuff. Is that so my teachers used to think that I was lazy and I was dumb, and I just had so much trouble like writing and reading. So they said for my intelligence level that like I'm 100 times slower than people who like, I think a lot faster than I can write or read or whatever. So like, I'm like, you know, and so it's whenever I read something, it's just like, oh, it's so painful because it's so slow. And I'm trying to get better at this. And I've gotten a lot better than I was when I was younger. So I'm just kind of trying to expose myself more to this type of thing. But it is a lot of work. But, you know, I don't know, somehow the advent of AI is kind of helping speed things up really, because I can see a lot of patterns really easily though. It's a good solid experience. I used to work for Alphabet Soup Company, so I get you. Scary, yeah. I grew up on the farm. Damn, my granddad gave us a PC. Wow, it was top of the line. So did you have the CDs and stuff? Like SimCity on the CD? For 25 years, that's crazy. Hey, thanks, man. I really appreciate that. Yeah, interesting. It's a crazy journey. Sonnet 4 was when I started thinking about AI actually working on code. Right? It's so rad. Yeah. Let's see. Love your positive attitude and the build in public ethos. Man, this is the way we got to do it. Highest potential actually possible, for sure. I've known this guy since 4th grade, so it's all true. Yo, Starwinds, man. He's on the other side of the island right now. Let's go hang. I see you as the automation guru, as a top AI ambassador. I see you throw yourself in front of Waymos to stop. Bro, did you see, there's a fire LinkedIn post. No, there's a fire on Instagram. There's a fire video. Let me see if I can pull it up, because bro, I was dying. This video on Instagram like sent me, because this guy literally jumps in front of a car and the girl's like, hey, what's going on? And he says like, these are the top 10 things I learned by getting hit by a car. And she's like, what's going on? He's like, and so he, you know, like he basically sounds like a LinkedIn bro after getting hit by a car. It's like, you know, top 10 life-changing. It's like, you know, everyone says the same thing on LinkedIn. It's like, it was really hilarious. So this is kind of what I thought about when he said automation guru. Yeah. It's my OpenClaw setup, has a YouTube channel posting. Your OpenClaw is posting YouTube videos? Bro. Yeah, floppy disk, mate. Let's go. How sweet. Man, I use Replit and LLMs for prompts. Oh, I remember that. Leisure Suit Larry. Great to hear your background. Did you grow up in Hawaii? No, I grew up in the Bay Area. I spend a lot of time in Hawaii now. That's kind of what I do. Yeah. Man, my voice is running out too. I gotta get some water. Oh man, this is a fire stream. Yo, y'all are killing it right now. 3 hours and 57 minutes. Thank you for letting me tell my story. I think I really appreciate you, first of all, like investing time, hanging out here on the stream. It really does mean a lot to me that you're part of this wavelength too. And part of what I'm doing here is putting this out there to the world, because somebody else is going to resonate with it just like you. But what also is crazy is that I feel like sometime in the future, people are going to look back and see certain things and learn from them too. And that's how I learned. So I'm just putting stuff back out there, and this is our current time and our current moment. And it's kind of crazy to think about where things were even a year ago or even 2 years ago. So it was really cool kind of telling my story to relive some of those memories, even though they were only like 2 years ago, but it feels like it's been 14 years. Because in the AI age, things move really, really fast. So that's what's up. Yeah, I like the new Anthropic commercials they killed. The new Anthropic commercials were hilarious. Burning inference late into the night. Yes, sir. What's the difference between me and you? That was a really good commercial. Yeah, I really like that. So I'm trying to see if I can hit that 4-hour mark. Yes, we're almost at that 4-hour mark. We got 45 seconds. It's important to reflect. Yeah. I'm just curious what y'all are building right now. Like, I mean, is OpenClaw like the most exciting thing that you're seeing right now for yourself? Or like, what do you feel like? What do you feel like is your potential that you're seeing with this type of thing? I'm curious too, because I can see it, but it kind of feels, not that it feels like it came out of left field, because that's just kind of how things go. But like, there is a reason why people are kind of adopting it. I'm just kind of curious what you're thinking and what you're seeing here. Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, man, it's almost 1 a.m. Oh, wow. Yeah, I got to get ready for the stream for tomorrow and everything like that. So any predictions on what's going to come up next week? Like, are we going to get some new models? It's going to be crazy. Yeah. All right, y'all. I think I'm going to let y'all get to sleep because there's some other folks that are just waking up right now. I'm building a Discord replacement for my friends over at Tailscale. Oh. We are leaving all non-essential self-hosted services. Agentic coding is freeing us. That's so crazy. That's really, really cool. 2:40 a.m. here, and I'm still trying to set up my VLLM server. Wait, do you have a Spark? I'm really curious. Because I just set one up, and I just used Opus 4.6, and it just configured everything in one shot. For me, yes. I've been waiting forever to be able to access all my notes and ideas in an efficient way. Yeah, that's cool. That's exactly what I'm doing right now, building my second brain. Yeah. Claude mastered Blender, and I can create anything. Wow. Yeah, so my friend also had a Blender thing, so he was making these Lego characters. So he was basically making rap videos of these Lego characters, and so he would generate them in Blender and then like rotate them and do all the scenes and then stitch them together. It was this crazy multi-step process, literally a year ago. I gotta follow up with him and see how he's been, because I'm pretty sure it's much easier to do now than it was before. But I'm really curious to see if you have any videos. I'm really curious. We're building an app to replace a vendor. We'll save $1 million a year. Can you say what field the app is in? I'm really curious now, bro. That is insane, bro. Also, what model are you using? Are you like using Opus 4.6? Are you using Codex? I'm really curious, Jason. Yeah. Still waiting for Sonnet 5. You got 5 on it? Let's go. No, I have Misinforms MS S1. I'm not sure what that is. What is it? That's totally possible now. Yeah. Yeah. Opus all the way on Claude Code. Yeah. Yeah, I got to pop in the Discord and see what your setup is, because I want to see it. That'd be really fire. Like any biz that runs logistics or inventory management. Yeah, so I'm super curious on this comment right here. Like, what industry this is in, because I heard something about this, that people are renegotiating contracts because they know that AI can assist people. So where they used to have a lot of humans involved, like for example, looking up a bunch of legal documents and scraping through things, they're going back to the company saying, hey, we need to lower the bill by 30%. And if you don't lower it, we're just going to find someone else. And they like push back and they're saying, well, you're using AI and we know it could be a lot cheaper. We're not trying to replace you with AI, but we know you're using AI. So it doesn't have whatever we're paying before. So it's kind of interesting that people are renegotiating contracts. So yeah, so that's what's up. 10 a.m. Damn. Trying to build a second brain from my cloud engineering mindset. Yeah. Oh, that's what's really cool, right? So you can hand off your brain to your rest of your team so they can access it. That's actually really genius. That's super genius. You don't need software, just train your AI. Yeah. Is it the AMD Ryzen AI Max? I'm really curious. Yeah. Currently loving my high-level agents, OpenClaw, coding with Open Code for me. Steer. Much better than Ralph Loops. Yes, I am still involved, but only most relevant parts. Yeah, for sure. It's a Dropbox-like service we sell across Asia. Wow. So I'm really curious what you're using for the infra. Is it just a Redis server or something? Well, not just a Redis server. There's a lot of other stuff involved, right? Because there's probably one part of it for caching, and then probably some PostgreSQL database in the backend for, I don't know. This is you're probably dealing with petabytes and stuff. So I don't even know about that. That's a really cool distributed system. Just like kick-ass for efficiency. Yeah, it's really, really cool. Damn, that's really awesome. Cool. All right, fam. Yeah, it's time to really pass out. 12:45, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Peace out, y'all.